always do better about communication, you know?
Council, please come to order. Everyone, please stand. We'll be led in prayer by Alderwoman Ella Miles.
Almighty God, we ask for your blessing upon the members of this council as we assemble here in this chamber to conduct the ongoing business of our city. With your guidance, we will strive to ensure that all our decisions are for the common good, and your inspiration will instill respect, compassion, and thoughtfulness in all our deliberations. Give us the strength and wisdom to lead by example as the people's representatives, and that peace and harmony will mark all our proceedings, and keep us faithful to the trust placed in us by the citizens of your community. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. And we'll be led by the pledge. We are joined by Boy Scouts of America Troop 4. Please come in.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd ask for a motion, please, for the adoption of the minutes of August 2nd and 16th, 2021. Is there such a motion? Alderwoman Ella Miles, Alderwoman Gould. Is there any discussion? None? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. 7-0.
Second reading and action on the below ordinance previously presented. An ordinance amending section 8-74, 8-75, 8-77 of Article 6 of Chapter 8 of the Code of Ordinances pertaining to the Volunteer Firefighters Relief Fund Plan of the City of Norwich.
At this time, I'd ask for a motion, please, to bring this to the floor. Alderwoman Gould, second Alderman Nash. Is there discussion? Alderman DeLucia.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer an amendment to the ordinance as previously read and presented. I'm sending copies down. I just wanted to make sure everybody had one before I spoke. So this amendment essentially puts forward the ordinance as presented with only one change. The one change, or the one, I should say, amendment, does not change and so retains the existing language and percentage on the survivorship benefit. In the proposed ordinance, the proposal was to increase the survivorship benefit to a surviving spouse from 90% of the member's calculated amount, to 100% of the member's calculated amount for the rest of the spouse's life. This amendment retains the original language, or I should say the existing language, which holds it as at 90% instead of moving it up to 100%. Also retains the 50% that is paid to minor children if there is no surviving spouse for the member at the time of the member's death. Retains that part for as long as the minor children are minors, and that is currently in the ordinance. It specifically states until age 18. The key point here is that a survivorship benefit is only paid to one or the other. It's either the surviving spouse at 90% for the rest of the spouse's life, or minus the spouse, would pay 50% to divided among any minor children for as long as they are minors. So it would end at their age or his or her age 18. That is the current language in the ordinance. This amendment proposes that that current language remain unchanged. I'll just have one more comment. When this ordinance change first came before us some months ago, I expressed my concern that the survivor benefit was being moved up to 100%, that nowhere in any plan does that exist anywhere that I could find in any of my research. As a matter of fact, in most of my research on survivorship benefits for funds like this and things that are paid out after a member, so to speak, for lack of a better term, has passed away, the vast majority pay at 50% to a surviving spouse and nothing to children. I think that it is more than generous that we currently pay 90% to a surviving spouse and 50%, or I should say, or 50% to minor children. And I find it problematic that we should increase that. That was my objection when this was first presented to us. It remained my objection throughout this process. It is still my objective tonight, and that is why I'm proposing this particular amendment. All the other changes, if this ordinance were to be approved, would be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record, again, you are the maker of the motion, and who was your second? I'm sorry. Oh, Alderman Wilson. Thank you. Okay, there's an amendment before us. Is there further discussion on the amendment that has been offered? Alderman Gould.
All right, so the only thing that you're proposing to change in this ordinance is to reduce the spouse benefit from 100% to 90%. Is that correct?
May I respond to that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
So I get the gist of what you're saying, Alderwoman Gould, but it should be stated the other way. The proposed
change is to make it 100%.
Is to increase it.
To 100%, and you are saying no to the 100%, you want it to stay at 90.
Leave it as it currently is, yes.
Okay.
That would be accurate, yes.
And you're not proposing any changes to the minor children's benefit?
Exactly, yes. That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion or questions? I'm sorry. Yes, Alderman Gould.
Okay, so now that that's been clarified to me, so we are now going to, for a lack of a better term, we're going to nickel and dime the widow of a firefighter for $30 or $40 a month or $50 a month. That's what we're down to, because the average retired firefighter gets maybe $500 a month from the relief fund. So if he dies, we're now going to say to the surviving spouse, sorry, you're getting $450. Or if you get $300 a month, taking away $30 a month from the widow. And this is because you can't find any other place that has a volunteer firefighters relief fund that gives the surviving spouse 100%. So poor Mrs. Jones, whose husband has dedicated his life to volunteer firefighting, passes away, and we're now going to take away $30 or $40 or $50 a month from her. And this is going to save the city, what, millions of dollars a year? Because we have so many widows who are collecting this money. I don't understand why we are nickel and diming a surviving spouse from the relief fund. It's a sad day when we're looking to save $40 or $50 a month times what? 10 surviving spouses? 15? I'm so sorry, Alderman DeLucia, that you feel that the surviving spouse doesn't deserve to get her husband's stipend. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Alderman DeLucia.
Thank you. This is not about what public servants deserve, because if we were to do and give what people deserve, then starting teachers would start at $100,000 a year, and the library would be funded at $1 million a year, not $100,000 a year, because they deserve it. And firefighters and police officers and all first responders would have unlimited sick time and you know, retirements at 80, 90, 100% of their salaries when they left, because that's what they deserve. The other, you know, the piece of this is that there needs to be some fiscal constraint. And, you know, again, I've said this before and I'll say it again, from the same folks on this dais that object and said literally out loud from this platform that the taxpayers can't afford not one more dollar in taxes. Oh, but that's when we were talking about increasing the education budget. But now that we're talking about increasing something else, that, you know, let's say what it is that this particular alder person is a member of. Okay, now all of a sudden it's okay for it to be a couple of dollars more a month, or $30 or $40 one way or the other. At what point do we say that there is I don't want to say a norm, but, you know, there's a standard, right? There's you know, there's data that shows where these kinds of funds are in the broader marketplace. And the fact that it's not based on what people deserve is unfortunate, but it's fiscally responsible, because again, right, every single dollar that's going to go to poor Mrs. Jones, okay, is going to come out of some taxpayer's pocket. And that's who sent me up here, and that's who sent all of you up here. So, you know, we can't argue about these issues when they're based on, I'm sorry, but they're based on politics, not on fiscal responsibility. And at some point, we have to say that we're not going to be able to do and give what people deserve. We can only give what the taxpayers in the city can afford. And it is our job to watch every single nickel and dime, because the nickels and the dimes add up to dollars, which ends up adding up to mills. So if we're going to have the conversation at budget time about the mill rate and about what taxpayers can afford, then we have to have that conversation every time somebody asks us to spend money on anything, regardless of how admirable and how selfless it may be. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Alderwoman Gould.
Let's just remember one thing. How much money do the volunteer firefighters save the city of Norwich every year by the sole fact that they volunteer? We're talking millions and millions of dollars each and every year. They don't get paid sick days. They don't get paid holidays. They don't get paid. And the $400 or $500 a month stipend that they get cannot be and should not be ever compared to a pension of $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year. This is a stipend that the volunteers pay into in order to get, that the volunteers contribute their time and energy to the volunteer fire service day in and day out. So while we're all here to be fiscally responsible, why do we have to be putting this on the backs of the volunteer firefighters' spouses who have given as much as the volunteer? Because the spouse that's been left at home on a holiday, in the middle of the night, in the middle of a storm, in the middle of a family celebration, should not be penalized 10% of her spouse's or his spouse's stipend, because you can't find it anywhere else that any other volunteer firefighter relief fund pays 100% to the spouse. Think about over 20 or 25 years of service to the city, how many times the surviving spouse has been left home alone. We're not talking millions of dollars here. We're not talking about increasing the mill rate. We're talking about what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Alderman Wilson, please.
So the only thing that I will say is, echoing what Alderman DeLucia said, we're not up here shortchanging the job and the honorable work that each and every volunteer department, every volunteer does here for the city of Norwich. It comes down to where we are. You know, we could talk about that it has nothing to do with the budget, but we sat up here 3 months ago and had to cut $3.5 million out of the budget. So essentially, you know, I understand it's not a pension. We all understand that. But at the same time, when we're cutting large chunks of money out of other things, we can't sit up here and say that, well, $20 or $30 doesn't make a difference. When we sit up here and we've heard tons of individuals over the last few months talk about we don't have a community center, recreation fields and other things aren't funded to be fixed. Every dollar matters when we talk about taxpayer money. I understand people contribute. Totally understand it. But our job up here is to count every penny and every dollar to make sure not only it makes sense, but that we are doing what's right at the time. At this moment, this is the reality. Tough decisions, tough calls. It's a compromise. We all negotiate when we take on a job or responsibility, volunteer, or whether it be our career job. And to sit up here and say that, well, you know, this is just shortchanging what volunteers do, we respect them. But we've got a job, as each and every person up here, we've got a job to make sure that we count everything that we do, because it matters at the end of the year. It matters how we operate. So I think it's not like we're giving them half or anything up here. All we're asking is for it to stay where it is. We're not reducing what they're already getting. So this is a conversation, but it's doing what we know is realistic at this time. We're talking about small businesses and businesses hurting. We're talking about losing businesses over the last year or so. Everything matters. We talk about utilities and rent subsidies, individuals suffering and struggling. Every little dollar matters. So where some that do contribute can contribute, there are individuals within that area that may not be able to. And we've got on our conscience to take care of every taxpayer within wherever they live in the city. And we've got to realize that there are individuals truly still struggling while we trudge along with the COVID-19 pandemic. And even more so, there have been devastating loss over the last 2 weeks from 2 storms. So we can't sit up here and say, well, we're taking money. We have to be realistic in where we are. And that means making hard decisions sometimes. Negotiations, we honor and we thank every single thing that every volunteer does. We're keeping things as is for right now. We can have this discussion when we're in a better place as a community. But I think right now, this is where we are, and it's just being realistic. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? I'll add my 2 cents. It's a great discussion, but I think it really belongs in the purview when you're discussing an actual contract. They don't have contracts as volunteers. They don't have salaries. They don't have benefits, and yet they serve. And I mean, I watched them during the last rainstorm. They were still pumping cellars out on Washington Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon. Storm was long past, but the rains were still filling up people's cellars, and they were out there. There was Laurel Hill over by Bacchus Hospital pumping out somebody's cellar. I sponsored this bill of the law that allowed towns to set up the option for these relief funds when I was serving in Hartford. This was only intended to be a recruiting tool. This wasn't supposed to be treated as if this is an actual full pension. I think the actual averages we heard previously are $200 to $300 a month, not $4 and $5. And you know, the amount of time we've spent on this issue, and I'm not talking about tonight, this thing's been delayed for almost 10 months, taking action on it. In the beginning, we all agreed to that delay because of a real contract discussion that was ongoing, but that's long been put to bed. It amazes me the battles people pick on this council. It really, we're talking what, $1,000 a year, maybe, to the city, out of a budget of $138 million? I don't know. You know, my parents always said, pick your battles wisely. I don't know why this one's even on the floor right now for what we're actually arguing about, the difference. Thank you. Yes, Alderman Wilson.
I just want to remind individuals that $1,000 that possibly could be costing the city, there are things in capital improvements such as a new water fountain or something that easily could have taken on that money. So we've got to be realistic. This comes down to nickels and dimes and what we see and envision our community as, what we can embrace and take on. And I'm sorry, but sometimes hard decisions have to happen. And it is a realistic thing. We can't sit up here and act as though this is a battle that we shouldn't pick. Anytime we are talking about a dime, a nickel in this community, it is our job to have a discussion on how that impacts anyone. Because, let's be realistic, whatever we vote on doesn't just affect us next year. This is the precedence that is on the books moving forward. So while we may think it's something small now, if we get hit down the road, we have to look back on what we've done. So for me, it's being realistic on where we are as a community, and that we're not taking away from anything anyone is doing. I think we're being more than fair. And I think everybody knows this is not a pension, but we've got to be realistic on where we are with things and realize that every dollar matters when it's coming out of a taxpayer's pocket.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Let's have a roll call, please. This is an ordinance.
On the amendment, correct?
On the amendment. It's on the amendment. Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you want further?
No, I
okay.
just wanted to be clear that
Yeah,
we're talking
this
about-
is on the amendment itself. Yes, sir.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes,
Alderwoman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
No.
Alderman Nash?
No.
President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
No.
That's 4 to 3.
The amendment passes 4 to 3. For the record, on the ordinance as amended, is there further discussion? Yes, Alderman DeLucia.
no discussion. I have a question.
Certainly.
Because we are amending an ordinance that has had its public hearing, does this have to go back out and start the process again?
Yes, it does. It must be reposted for first read and then a public hearing to follow. That is correct. President Pro Tem Bettencourt.
Just, could I ask counsel that? I don't think that's correct, counsel.
Well, you've amended the resolution, or the ordinance rather, so it should be
Reposted.
posted, republished. And then at the next meeting, you can take it up and act on it. You don't need a.
Yeah, we don't need
You
another.
don't need a public hearing?
Yeah, we don't need another public hearing. That's what that's my point. Yeah, that was a mistake.
Okay, is there further discussion? No. Roll call, please.
No, you gotta publish it. You just gotta be reposted.
So I would motion to postpone the vote until such time as,
a date.
I believe, I think, would our next meeting be enough time? Be 13 days. I don't know if that's enough.
Next meeting? It
Yeah.
should. That would be the 20th.
It's the 20th.
Would that be adequate? All right, then I'd motion that we take
Okay.
this up again for final action on the 20th.
Second.
If it's final. Jesus.
Alderman Wilson?
No, I was seconding his motion.
I- Did you get to? Okay. Right.
Okay. Alderman DeLucia?
Yes,
Alderwoman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7 to 0.
Motion passes 7 to 0.
Public hearing, number 1, an ordinance appropriating $740,000 for the planning, permitting, and engineering of infrastructure access to the Ockham section of the city and authorizing the issuance of $740,000 bonds of the city to meet said appropriation and pending the issuance thereof, the making of temporary borrowing for such purpose.
At this time, I declare this public hearing to be open, and I would invite anyone who wants to speak in favor of this ordinance as proposed. You will have 3 minutes. Please identify yourself, your name and address for the public record. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Anyone like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Third time. Anyone like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Seeing no one, at this time I'd invite anyone to speak in opposition to this ordinance. Anyone like like to speak in opposition to this ordinance? Anyone like to speak in opposition to this ordinance? Seeing no one, then I declare this hearing to be closed. Thank you.
Number 2, an ordinance amending portions of Article 6 of Chapter 7 of the Code of Ordinances, modifying pension funding policies and establishing a general obligation pension bond reserve fund.
At this time, I declare this public hearing to be open. And again, invite anyone who wants to speak in favor at this time. Please identify yourself with name and address at the time. You would have 3 minutes. Is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Again, anyone like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Anyone like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Seeing no one, is there anyone in opposition to this ordinance? Is there anyone in opposition to this ordinance? Again, is there anyone in opposition to this ordinance? Seeing no one in opposition, then I declare this hearing to be closed.
Number 3, a public hearing authorizing the city manager to convey a parcel of land on North Thames Street.
At this time, I declare this public hearing to be open. And again, anyone like to speak at this time on this matter? We invite you to join us. Does anyone like to speak in favor at this time? Anyone want to speak in favor at this time? Again, anyone want to speak in favor at this time? Anyone in opposition? Anyone in opposition? Anyone in opposition? Seeing no one, then I declare this hearing to be closed. Thank you.
Second reading and action on the above ordinances previously presented. An ordinance appropriating $740,000 for the planning, permitting, and engineering of infrastructure access to the Occam section of the city and authorizing the issuance of $740,000 bonds of the city to meet said appropriation and pending the issuance thereof, the making of temporary borrowing for such purpose.
Thank you. At this time, if the clerk would please read the correspondence from the Commission on the City Plan for the public record.
August 18, 2021. Honorable Mayor and alderpersons of the Council of the City of Norwich, referral from to the City Council. July 6, 2021. An ordinance appropriating $740,000 for the planning, permitting, and engineering of infrastructure access in the Occam section of the city and authorizing the issuance of $740,000 bonds to the city to meet said appropriation, and pending the issuance thereof, the making of temporary borrowing for such purpose. The Commission on the City Plan at its August 17, 2021 hybrid regular meeting reviewed and discussed the above referenced referral. Seated were Frank Manfredi, Kathy Wazika, Swanjay Singh, and Les King. After careful consideration, the Commission voted unanimously to forward a favorable recommendation to the Council pursuant to Chapter 15, Section 4 of the Charter. Reason: the ordinance is consistent with the City of Norwich Plan of Conservation and Development relative to economic development initiatives. Respectfully submitted, Frank Manfredi, Chair.
Thank you. Could we have a motion, please, to bring this ordinance to the floor? Alderwoman Miles, second Alderwoman Gould. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, then a roll call, please.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Motion passes 7-0.
Number 2, an ordinance amending portions of Article 6 of Chapter 7 of the Code of Ordinances, modifying pension funding policies, and establishing a general obligation pension bond reserve fund.
Okay, at this time, I bring this forward, including the motion to waive the second reading. Alderwoman Gould, second Alderwoman Miles. Is there discussion? Alderman Bettencourt.
Just for our controller, if we could. Just a minor question, really. Are we jumping the gun here before we even get to referendum and stuff?
So this ordinance with these changes in it, it lays out the rules if we do actually have pension obligation bonds, but those rules would just be not go into effect if the city were not to issue pension obligation bonds. So it's there. It might just lay dormant forever, but
I hope not, but, yeah.
but they're there to be used in the event that we issue pension obligation bonds.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Thank you. Roll call, please.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Ordinance passes 7-0 for the record.
No, the next one's going to be taken up. Number 3 is in new business.
Right.
Okay.
I understand that.
Okay, perfect. Petitions and communication. A report from the Commission on the City Plan of the City of Norwich pursuant to Section 8-24 of the Connecticut General Statutes and Chapter 15, Section 4 of the Norwich City Charter regarding an ordinance appropriating $740,000 for the planning, permitting, and engineering of infrastructure access in the Ockham section of the city, and authorizing the issuance of $740,000 bonds of the city to meet said appropriation, and pending the issuance thereof, the making of temporary borrowing for such purpose.
Thank you. Motion, please, to accept communication. Alderman Wilson, second by Alderwoman Miles. All those in favor? Unanimous, 7-0.
Thank you. Letter from H. Kevin Harkness wishing not to renew his term with the Commission for Persons with Disability.
Thank you. Again, a motion, please, to accept the communication. Alderman Wilson, second Alderwoman Gould. Is there discussion? I'll let the record show that we are grateful for Mr. Kevin Harkin's term and serving on the Commission for Persons with Disabilities and for all he has done for the city. All those in favor to accept the communication? Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Number 3, letter from Alana Sherman wishing not to renew her term with the Commission for Persons with Disabilities.
A motion, please, to accept. Alderwoman Gould, second Alderwoman Ella Miles. Is there discussion? Alderwoman Gould?
Well, it's really, I'm happy for Alana. She has served on this commission since its inception. And I spoke with her a couple of weeks ago, and she's very excited about the new challenges that she's gotten herself involved in. But I'm sorry to see her leaving Commission on Persons with Disabilities. She's done a tremendous job. She's always been so thoughtful in her actions, her words, and her deeds. I wish her all the best in the new endeavors that she's pursuing, but I'm really sad that she's leaving the Commission on Persons with Disabilities. But I do know that there's a dedicated group that remain on that board, and they will continue to serve the city well. And we thank Alana for all of her years of service to the city. Just a tremendous, tremendous asset. And I know that we can still call on her if we need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Wilson.
Kind of echoing the same sentiment as Alderwoman Gould, thanking Alana for her tireless work and being an advocate for those that with disabilities. You know, she has come up with some very creative ideas to recognize and make sure that their voices are heard in this community. The tireless work that this group has done and that she has helped to lead over the years is more than commendable, and we wish her all the best as she moves on to new endeavors and challenges.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? I would also add a brief comment. If you knew Alana, then you would know that during Disabilities Awareness Week, you would find her at Otis Library helping to put the programs on to bring more awareness to the needs of our citizens. And that's where she could really shine. And I would say that we have not seen or heard the last of her. As an advocate, she will be here time to time, and that's a good thing. All those in favor of accepting the communication, please. It's unanimous, vote 7-0.
Number 4, letter from Kyle Seitz resigning from the Mohegan Park Improvement and Development Advisory Committee and the Disc Golf Subcommittee due to a change of residency.
Motion to accept, please. Alderwoman Miles, second. Alderwoman Gould. Is there discussion? Alderwoman Gould.
So I sat up here when the disc golf course was first discussed, and there were so many people who said, oh, this will never happen. Can't happen, won't work. We don't need it, we don't want it. And Kyle dug his heels into the dirt and said, we're gonna make this happen. And he and his team worked tirelessly, raised the money. No city funds were expended to put disc golf together in Mohegan Park. And every day, every single day, there are people in Mohegan Park playing disc golf. Right, Beryl? Every day. So to all of those people who said we don't need it, we don't want it, Kyle set out to prove us wrong. He did. And I'm sorry that he moved out of Norwich, because he was a tremendous asset to Mohegan Park Advisory. He did a bang-up job with the 9 holes. I can't wait until we expand it to 18 holes. We should have like hole number 11 should be for Kyle or something. But he did a great job. And he never, anybody said no, couldn't work, and he always looked forward. He never looked back. So I got to thank him so much for doing this. And I'm sorry that he's moved out of town and that we have to accept his resignation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further comment? Alderman Wilson.
Again, echoing those same sentiments, you know, watching a new entire activity in this community take off was amazing. So I had been to the one that's down in Lisbon, and you see people constantly, but to see the volume of individuals that have come to Mohegan Park that probably have never been there before to play in this course is amazing. And I think at a time when everything else recreationally stopped, this was one opportunity that allowed individuals the opportunity to social distance, get fresh air, but most importantly, get outside and be active. And I thank Kyle, as well as all of those that put helping hands in to get it done. It was an innovative idea, and for an individual who dug his heels in and did everything he could to make it happen, we have to say thank you for that opportunity to bring a new activity to this community, to broaden people's horizons about things, but most importantly, it's something that, even though he has moved on, is going to last forever here in this community. So we want to say thank you to Kyle for leaving his mark before moving on. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Yes, Alderman DeLucia.
Thank you. So while I'm very happy for Kyle, because I know that leaving Norwich is actually making other parts of his dream for himself come true, and I'm glad for that. I too am sorry to see Kyle leave, simply because he has shown this community that a young person can make a difference. And you know, Kyle is compared to me, quite young, right? But you know, a young person who had a dream and had an idea and got a bunch of like-minded people together, and as Alderwoman Gould said, and even some naysayers, you know, got them on board as well, and made this happen. So I would just like to take this opportunity not only to thank Kyle, as my colleagues have, but also to encourage other young people in this community to say, if you have an idea, right, you can bring it into reality. This community is ready for it. So don't think that just because you're a young person, you don't have anything to say, or that we won't be listening. Because we do listen, and we know that you have things to say, and you have ideas that frankly, we probably won't even think of. Step up, bring them forward. Use Kyle as your inspiration for what can be done by a few people with a really good idea and the fortitude to bring it into reality. So we welcome you, we encourage you, we will embrace you. Don't stay on the sidelines. Step onto the playing field. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there further discussion? Yes, Alderman Nash.
I'll throw some in there. I knew Kyle in Dare back in 5th grade, and he was probably as tall then as he was now. But and I'm younger than Alderman DeLucia, so. But the good thing, I want to echo what he said about young people in our community. I'm sorry, I can't stand this thing. We have so many great people in here, and Kyle's just one example of many people that Norwich brings forward and provides outstanding activity for our community. And I want the day and the bulletin to hear it. It's not just, you know, Kyle left, and that's a shame for Norwich because we're going to miss his leadership and his ability, but he'll still be on the fire department performing for us there. But there's other individuals too. There's kids I've coached in football, John Morissetti, who's now coaching football, and the gentleman from Night Flight, Leonard, down there doing it and coaching and getting involved in that activity. And there's been kids, young men and women coaching down at the Norwich Youth Football that were all students at Norwich Free Academy and the local elementary schools and stuff. So this community has amazing young people in it. And I know it's easy to get distracted today with all the negative stuff going out there. But yeah, we need you to come out. We need you to help us give us the ideas that we don't have of our own right now because of our age, and we kind of miss out on stuff, and we're not, you know, like I don't know what young people like today. I was coaching at New London High School, and kids were running around yelling, "That's Gucci," and I had no idea what the hell they were talking about. And so, I mean, that's just one example of stupidity for young, older people. You know, yeah, you know, we've been around a little bit, so we know what it looks like, but we need that young and vibrant people to take our place someday. And it's people like Leonard Miller and Kyle Seitz and John Morissette and those kind of young people that are out there coaching and getting involved in the community, raising their own children right now as well, to teach them the things that we need to to keep moving Norwich forward. Norwich is an outstanding community, and I don't care what anyone else says about it, and I work in different communities, but I tell you what, I love seeing the sign, "Welcome to Norwich," and you can say what you want, but this is a great community, and I'm proud to be a transplant, but I'm proud to be here. So that's it. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of accepting communications? Unanimous, 7-0.
City Manager's report.
Thank you. This is the City Manager's report for September 7th, 2021. On Monday, August 23rd, 2021, I issued an indoor mask mandate for the City of Norwich. I would have preferred a uniform statewide regional approach per the request from the Southeastern Connecticut Council of Governments to the governor. New London and Groton issued mandates, and since Norwich still has a high infection rate with the numbers climbing, I issued a declaration of emergency for the City of Norwich, which grants municipalities the ability to acquire a mask or face coverings indoors regardless of vaccination status. The order is posted on the homepage of the city's website at norwichconnecticut.org. Meetings attended including state representatives and legislators, Southeastern Council of Governments, Region 4 Emergency Support Plan, Ncdc Board meeting, Harbor Management, NPU City Coordination meeting, fire chiefs, and several meetings on Storm Henry and the remnants of Hurricane Ida. I met with Governor Lamont at the State Armory in the Business Park as he toured the state for storm damage. I attended the Vietnam Veterans Ceremony where Lieutenant Governor Susan Beisowitz recognized our local veterans. I also held 2 informational sessions on August 17th and August 30th for public input on the American Rescue Plan. The Emergency Operations Center was opened for Storm Henry and Storm Ida. Storm Henry impact was less than forecasted. At the peak of the storm, approximately 3,000 NPU customers were without power, and there were no known injuries or significant damage to report. Unfortunately, Norwich got more damage with the remnants of Ida. Norwich had a total of 7.5 inches of rain in less than a 9-hour period and caused major flooding and pooling of water around the city. Over the course of the storm, the fire services responded to more than 70 calls. There were no injuries reported, and damage assessments are ongoing. Comptroller Josh Pothier and I did a phone interview with a reporter from the Wall Street Journal on the city's proposed pension obligation bonds that will go to referendum in November. The article published on September 4th, which explains the analysis by our pension consultant, Milliman, forecasts a savings of $43 million in today's dollars over the next 30 years. The agreement with Northeast Council of Governments to manage the city's animal control services became effective September 1st. This regional initiative will save the city resources and future costs to the taxpayer. My office has received notification from the State of Connecticut Department of Revenue Services of the 2021 approved Neighborhood Assistance Act programs. My assistant, Jackie Barbarossa, has notified Norwich applicants via email. Businesses requesting a tax credit under the Neighborhood Assistance Act must complete Form NAA-02 on the DRS website by October 1st, 2021. A list of all approved programs is available on the DRS website, and that includes my report for this evening.
Thank you. Other questions of the city manager? Alderman Wilson.
So the question I have is, I know with Storm Ida, we had significant flooding issues around the city. One of the questions that several individuals have asked is kind of how we do normally for a storm when we have tree debris and things of that sort. Is there somewhat of a pickup or of sort or something for individuals who pretty much lost everything in their basements or whatnot that may be sitting out on curbs and different things to help with that cleanup of picking those things up.
We would have to designate a special collection. We have not at this point. That would be eligible if the city and the county and the state would declare the disaster area for funding from federal emergency management, and that would be eligible. So I would take a look and pursue that if necessary.
Thank you.
Alderman Nash.
I'd like to thank the fire departments for their work. I know that Taffa was out at 2 o'clock in the morning running around pumping out cellars because they did come to my house at 6:30 where my house hit the iceberg as well and was flooded and lost everything in my cellar. I also want to thank the mayor for giving me a call in the morning to help him out by sandbagging down off of Contrabando Avenue. The business is there as the river had yet to crest. And we ran down and got a bunch of sandbags and went down there and sandbagged up the area there. But it was funny to see a lot of people out. It wasn't just the mayor and the fire departments. There were a lot of people out helping people. The police department, I know they had a car stuck in the middle of the river over there on West Town Street, and they closed that road down pretty quick. But overall, I thought that even though we did get a lot of rain in that storm, I thought the city was in a much better place than I think it was April of 2014, where it was just as bad. And I think, the city did a great job, but I think we were a little caught unprepared. So lessons well learned in 2014 that we were able to use in this one. So I want to say thank you to the fire departments, police department, and all the other community members that were out there doing their jobs and helping out our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there further questions of the city manager or statements? Seeing none. Thank you. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
All business resolutions. Number
Mayor.
one.
Mayor?
I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
I'd like the motion to move the old business resolutions until after citizens' comment on resolutions on the agenda.
Second.
Okay. You say after citizens' comment.
Correct.
The question of the corporate council, are they still considered old business?
They're still all business, but if they're, you can rearrange the order. of
Yep,
the-
okay. And I believe it takes 2/3 vote. And that would be 5, I believe.
Can we get a reason?
No, just
You have the floor, Mark, go
Oh,
ahead.
yeah, just to allow additional citizen comment. I'm particularly concerned about Resolution 2. That's on the under old business.
Understood.
Because
Is there,
otherwise, we'd be taking it up before any other citizen comment.
We want to make the motion then to allow additional citizen comment on the items that are all business.
All right, if it's okay, I will include that notation in my motion.
And seconded.
a motion made and seconded, Alderman DeLucia provided the second.
Ready? Ready? Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
Alderman Bencourt?
Yes,
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Motion passes 7-0. So now we're on citizen comment on resolutions.
Citizen comment on resolutions.
I declare citizen comment on resolutions to be open. Invite members of the public who wish to speak on these resolutions. At this time, please identify yourself by your name and address. Each person shall have 3 minutes. Thank you. Anyone like to speak on the resolutions before us?
Good evening, Council. Mr. Mayor, Kevin Brown, President of Ncdc. Can you hear me okay? All right. I appreciate the last month or so of public comment and the information sessions that have occurred. And I understand there's been some concern about the use of the former downtown bond program as a structure for how the ARP allocation to NCDC might be used. The two main concerns that I've heard are that, number one, the downtown bond program didn't exactly work as advertised, and two, that the Department of Treasury's rules don't allow for this type of economic development effort. Our mission is to retain, expand, attract, and develop business here in Norwich. That's our standing mission pre-pandemic. The pandemic did not cause a change in that mission. By sticking to our core mission, we are in fact helping the post-pandemic recovery and doing exactly what the Department of Treasury has charged to do with ARP monies. Our mission simply becomes more important, not different. On the small business side of the equation, there was a survey done last year by the Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development, and it said that cash flow was the number one issue and concern for small business owners in New London County. And that was specifically assistance with capital expenses, rent and mortgage assistance, and payroll and utilities assistance. It just so happens that the former downtown bond program, through code correction, lease rebate, and the revolving loan program, addressed those very same cash flow concerns. I've heard testimonials by small business owners in the area that their ability to make rent, make payroll, and afford a heightened cost of goods and services in a pandemic and post-pandemic environment are the same problems as before, they're just exacerbated. A new, and I will add, improved, based upon the public comment that I've heard, version of the downtown bond program model can meet these needs. On the matter of the Treasury's intentions, the requirements of the American Rescue Plan as outlined by the U.S. Treasury are clear on this matter, and it says, quote, recipients may use these funds to address negative economic impacts caused by the public health emergency, including economic harm to workers, households, small businesses, and impacted industries. It does say small businesses, but it doesn't just say small businesses. And it does say economic harm, which we should recognize includes the second order effect of a dead Main Street with shuttered businesses and no tenants. There was an American Rescue Recovery Plan toolkit put out by the Connecticut municipalities, the Connecticut Conference on Municipalities, and it reinforces these broader economic development goals. It says local leaders have a chance to invest in future growth and prosperity and to revitalize Main Street, spurring economic growth for both these businesses and the municipality as a whole. Some have questioned the 7791 investment. Please keep in mind, 42 residential units and 9,000 square feet of space has a second order knock-on effect to economic development. And it fits squarely inside the Treasury's and the Connecticut municipalities' toolkit recommendations. I can assure you I've listened over the past month to all of the input. I know where the last program went wrong, and we'll take a very measured approach to mitigate how these dollars are spent. No one will get over on the system. No small businesses will be carved out. It's my hope that you look at the present needs of business development and the future prosperity of Norwich in making your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Does anyone else like to speak on the resolutions before us?
Good evening, Jeff Blayman, 260 Hamilton Avenue. I just wrote some notes on my phone. If you don't mind me reading them, I'll try and keep it brief. Basically, through the Ncdc use of the American Relief Program funds, hopefully we'll be able to go beyond the downtown bond program, which was focused solely on downtown, but it does provide an excellent structure for helping small businesses throughout Norwich and other places within our city that would benefit overall. The Downtown Business Program was responsive to the needs of the small business and early stage startups and helped them to grow. Having served on the committee making decisions for the downtown bond disbursement, I can assure you that there is due diligence in the allocation of these funds. As we've shown with the last bond issuance, many of the buildings in downtown required much needed code correction to be viable, and business owners responded to the code correction portion as well as to the lease rebates and the attractive revolving loan fund. Many of you have enjoyed the growth of local businesses that have participated in this bond program. Do you remember stopping by Epicure Brewery for a beer after work or to go to one of their many fundraising events? Before COVID, did you enjoy stopping by Craftsman Cliff for your morning coffee to socialize and start your day? Did you or someone you know get excited about cyclery when Apollo Cycles opened? Did you start to work out at Rose City Athletics with the multitude of customers they brought in from all over the region? All of these businesses, to name just a few, have participated in the last bond program. And so, as you've seen, these businesses take a foothold and start to drive our local economy. Prior to last year's shutdown, there was success. Things were moving in the right direction, which led to people moving into town. And these businesses added to that much-needed diversity in the form of retail, services, and dining. Although this was successful for many, we are not there yet. This new American Relief Program comes at a very poignant moment where we need to continue to move forward and not fall back and lose our momentum. Last year was a very trying time for many of the businesses that were just getting off the ground, as well as many anchor tenants of our city. I beg your consideration to reserve monies from the American Relief Program to help to continue to fund new development, as well as continue to benefit the small businesses that are barely surviving in this trying time as a direct result of the COVID pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'd also like to again speak to the resolutions before us at this time.
Good evening. Bob Buckley, I'm chairman of the board of Ncdc. I live at 18 Linden Parkway here in Norwich. The mission of Ncdc, which was founded about 50 years ago, is very simple. Kevin gave a very nice definition of it. You can sum it up very simply. We're here, we exist, we were created by the City of Norwich and Norwich Public Utilities to increase the grant list of the City of Norwich and to increase revenue for Norwich Public Utilities. We cannot do that without programs and without funding that will allow us to offer incentives and programs for businesses coming to town. We need to revitalize buildings downtown. We need to increase commercially developable land within the City of Norwich, which we're doing through the new Business Park North. But we need funding. It's up to you and the taxpayers of the City of Norwich to grant us the funding that we need to do the job that you created us to do. So I'm asking you please to support the Downtown Bond Program. It's an integral part of what we do. And without it, quite honestly, we just don't have the tools or the funding to do the job that you asked us to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd also like to speak to the resolutions before us at this time.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity and this platform for us to share our vision with you. My name is Brenda Liz. This is my husband, business partner, and friend, Carlos Ventura.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity.
Neither of us would have imagined that just after 4 years of meeting, deciding to build our life together, that we would be just
Excuse me?
weeks away.
Can we have the address, please?
Yes. So the address is 1 Jewett City Road in Taftville, Connecticut.
Thank you.
We will be opening our business, Ventura Barbershop. It is in the final stages of a complete build-out, to be honest. My husband is a professional barber who has been working adamantly at his career and his profession. I, as well, am a hairdresser. We were extremely affected during COVID. I also gave birth May 1st, 2020. So in the midst of a pandemic, here we were stuck at home, two people in the beauty industry that got hit very, very hard. But even with all the shutdowns, we stayed hopeful, and Carlos has never stopped dreaming, and he is absolutely relentless. Due to the pandemic, with our backs against the wall, we poured our hearts out and every dollar into this business. We not only want to just open a barbershop that services clientele, for regular haircuts, but we have completely renovated this place to be accessible to handicap, and with my experience with clientele that have disability, we are able to service those clients as well. Because I've been in that career as well, I know that it is very hard for parents, guardians to find places to bring their child or whoever they're responsible for to get a haircut and feel comfortable in these places. My husband Carlos is a Dominican immigrant who is a resident now. He is here to break the stigma and the negative connotation about immigrants. He's very hardworking, and he has done everything in his power to do things the correct way, the legal way. We met with Ncdc during a site visit July 7th, and since then we have been anticipating the assistance of small business assistance from Ncdc. Because the decision-making process has been drawn out, Carlos and I decided to go forward. We have invested over $24,000 at this point in a matter of 2.5 months in order to fix everything as far as broken windows. The first night that we were there, this pipe that you see here, it serves as a reminder to us that things fall apart. The first night we were there, the fire department had to come out. It bursted and flooded our place, so we basically had to start once again. We found rotted floors, which we had to fix, old plumbing, which we fixed, walls, lights. And just as we are wrapping up in the last week, we found a hornet's nest in our ceiling, which needs to be taken care of as well, which we will do. This was a hard decision, but, and it's gonna be a long road, but we believe that opening up a business in Taffville is gonna also bring other young entrepreneurs to that area. I see it as a diamond in the rough. I really believe that by us bringing this lucrative type barber shop, it's gonna cause like a domino effect for other young business owners to wanna come and open up in that area. There's a lot of commercial front space that is accessible and available. And so though we didn't receive the help from the American Rescue Plan dollars, I do feel that our business is a prime example of the type that the NCDC intends to help. Even though we are not in downtown, we're a little bit outside. My husband is a fine example of an immigrant wishing to open up the business and give back to the community with back to school haircuts, again, for the clientele of disability and that sort. Hopefully you approve this ARP monies for NCDC so that they can help the next small business owners the way that they intended to help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome.
Best of luck.
Anyone else like to address the council on the resolutions before us?
What is that?
It's
Yeah.
the timer.
But, yeah, it's broken.
Beryl Fishbone, 19 Bliss Place. Business takes a lot of forms, lots of forms. It's helping with just direct money, and CDC is good at that. But other things also need to be included with the ARP program. Things like the expansion of the disc golf course. Thank you for the kind compliments. We appreciate those, Stacy. Those of us that worked very hard to make that happen, or at least the first half. We weren't sure there was going to be a first half. And it took a lot of meetings and a lot of planning. Now we have an opportunity to expand. And this ARP money goes not just for recreation and the physical and mental health of the users, but it also has meant tourism. That's right, people come from out of town. They come to Norwich just to go play disc golf. They also come to spend money. Someone's shop here, the skate shop, put in a whole line of disc golf accessories. And that's giving him business. And he can count the number of people that are coming from out of town. We don't keep track of the number of people every day up at the golf course, disc golf course. Mostly because nobody's up there to man it, but anytime you go by, there are people there. And that's important. During the day, all the way up until closing, there are people there. We've expanded the parking lot up there because we needed to, because people are using the field, but they're also using the disc golf course. This ARP money can help us expand that course much more quickly than if we can do it on our own, raising the funds once again, buying used equipment once again. So if you give, it's a small amount of money, $30,000, $40,000, we'll take it and we'll make it work because that's what we did before. And we're asking for help. I'm also going to ask that you put money, this ARP money, towards infrastructure because infrastructure is important. Not just putting up new fine wires, but also helping mitigate the water and part of the water and sewer separation program. We have a new one coming up over at Hollyhock Island. Huge expense, huge bond. And that's something that this money can be directed toward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd always like to speak to the council resolutions.
Good evening, Brian Kovalar, 16 Hobart Avenue. Unprepared remarks, but to repeat some things I've said in the past. I'm going to encourage you to separate this resolution. You have 10 items or so up there right now. Debate and consider each of them individually on their own weight. That's important. Second, there are some things within there, like I've said in prior meetings, they needed to be addressed not tomorrow, not today, but yesterday, and that yesterday is now longer ago than I choose to remember. That aid could have been out there already. Some of these projects, they're long-term. They'll take years to develop. Waiting 60, 90 days to debate it further, to research it further, is important, because another thing with the ARP money, it's a one-shot deal. You want to get the most bang for your buck when it comes to the community and what it can do. Now, I know from some of my comments in the past, there have been some that have done very dastardly remarks about what my intent is. You were never in support of the downtown revitalization bond, when in fact I was one of the champions for it. Yet that's being thrown at me in my face as though it's some kind of truth that this person was drinking something to end up coming up with. Not true. Do I support NCDC's mission? Absolutely. Did I think that the downtown bond that is now over is automatically revitalized with a new infusion of money? That was going to be a referendum up to the voters to decide, because they wanted to see from the prior one what the return on investment was. How were those monies spent? I think we've got a new, better leadership in there now today than we did yesterday. So I think some of the abuses that were in the program, or I shouldn't say abuses, let me call them shortcomings, will be addressed much better in the future than they were in the past. The taxpayers do want accountability, whether it comes out of their mill rate or it comes out of a one-time infusion that we're going to get from the federal government. Last thing, very quickly, it was mentioned that the municipalities have some guidelines to it. I will admit, I have not seen that document. And I would be very, very interested in seeing it to see if there are exclusions that would allow some of these other things to work where the federal guidelines apparently on the website say they wouldn't. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Sheila Hayes, 382 Laurel Hill Avenue. First, I'd like to thank the city manager, to the city council for holding the additional workshops and opportunity for other people to weigh in on what was important to them as to how the ARP money could be spent or should be spent. And I realize and that there has been difficulty with some people with the impact of the delay, but I know that there $14 million, almost $15 million is a lot of money, and based on the comments that I know I have listened to and comments that I have made to all of you in these chambers,
I believe that if those comments are taken into honest consideration this evening, then the money that you will allocate will have a tremendous positive impact on the city. Once again, I will, I said it, I've said it several times, I am not opposed to what NCDC has proposed and how they have, what they are proposing and the vision that they are putting forth. I am glad that I'm hearing Mr. Kevin Brown talk about the small business component, and I said I hadn't heard that much, and maybe that was the intent in the original, but I'm glad I'm starting to hear the focus. I appreciate the voices that came, and I'm sorry the ARP money will not be available to you, but maybe for other future expansions, it will be available. So those are the areas, I won't go over the family and youth stuff. I know you've heard that, but the passion about the individuals who are coming to the city, people who are opening up small businesses, micro businesses, women-owned businesses across the whole city. And like I said, I just don't want to see the money used for downtown. It's gotta be have an impact across the entire city. If we say that we are about promoting and helping small businesses in this community, it's the mom and pop businesses, the individual small businesses that are making an impact in the city, not the large businesses, not the 500, 1,000. They're needed, but that's not what we have in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
My name is Ashawn Event, 56 St. Regis Avenue. As everyone's indicated, I'm one of the small business owners here in the city of Norwich. I've been here about 8 years as a resident, and I've been a business owner here in Norwich for the last 3 years. And thankful for the opportunity for NCDC to give me a start as a small business owner and take my passion and turn it into a dream. Those type of programs need to be supported. And if the ARP funds have the ability to support businesses throughout the city, like this young lady and her husband's barbershop and other business owners, the disc golf course, Ideal Skate Shop, those areas need support too, just as much as I do or anyone else. The impact of COVID was unforeseeable. It's devastated a lot of businesses. We lost a lot of individuals, some good businesses, some restaurants, but it's also sparked opportunity for new ideas and new people to come up with creative ways to follow their passion and their dreams to give our city revitalization. So with that, at that opportunity, I would support the opportunity for the ARP funds to use to help other business owners like myself and others in the community make Norwich a better place.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Others like to speak to the resolutions before us?
Good evening, Dane Rue, 67 East Town Street. I don't know that there's much I can add to this discussion that hasn't already been said, but I would like to say that as a new permanent resident to the city of Norwich, I have greatly enjoyed watching this process play out. That might sound strange to you, but I find it fascinating because this is a truly unique opportunity in receiving these funds from the American Rescue Plan. And I'm very encouraged by the first phase of funding that has been proposed because, as has already been mentioned, it's an incredibly unique opportunity to have a tremendous impact on many resources here in Norwich that you cannot find anywhere else in Connecticut and that you cannot find anywhere else in the country, not the least of which is Sleep. And I don't need to say that so many of us are incredibly encouraged, excited, and cannot wait to see this project truly come to fruition, because that is a site of national significance, as are many, many sites and assets here in the city. There's still certainly more funding that can be allotted and will be dispersed in the future, but I just will say, as someone who is always trying to look out for the interests of history and heritage, we often find ourselves screaming for additional help and resources, and it's not an easy fight, but we're still here, and I know we're going to be here for quite some time still. So I will only say that it's been incredibly interesting to see this process play out. But I'm certainly encouraged by seeing how this first phase will be truly allotted. I can appreciate how difficult it is to make these decisions, and it should not be taken lightly. So thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing these results.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak to the council on the resolutions before us? Anyone else like to join us and speak to us about the resolutions before us? Anyone else like to speak to us about the resolutions before us? Seeing no one else, I'd like to declare citizen comment closed. Thank you.
New business resolutions. Number 1, relative to authorizing city manager to convey a parcel of land on North Thames Street.
Could I have a motion, please, to bring this to the floor? Alderman Gould, second by Pro Tem Betancourt. Is there discussion? Seeing none? Roll call,
Alderman
please.
DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Betancourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Motion passes 7-0.
Number 2, relative to an easement for certain property at 28 Falls Avenue.
Motion, please bring it forward. Alderwoman Elder Miles, second Alderman Wilson. Is there discussion? Seeing none, a roll call, please.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Betancourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
7-0.
Motion passes 7-0.
Old business 1, which is now number 3, relative to a resolution regarding the fire chief's meeting.
A motion, please, put this on the floor. Alderman Ella Miles, Alderman Wilson is the second. Is there discussion? Alderman Betancourt.
Yeah, I'd like to propose a couple of short amendments. In the second whereas, where it says, with respect to an amalgamation of the 6, I would strike an amalgamation and substitute the word all. In the
word up?
all, A-L-L. Then in the first, be it resolved, where cancellation of meetings will be expeditiously reported to, and it says the city council via email by the city manager, I would strike city council via email and just substitute public safety committee. I don't particularly care how it gets done. So those are the only 2 changes.
Thank you. Is there a second? Alderman Nash. Is there discussion on the amendment that is offered? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment before us? I'm sorry, Alderman Gould, did you start to raise your hand?
No.
Okay, thank you. Again, all those in favor of the amendment as offered?
You want a roll call?
Want a roll call? Fine.
Alderman DeLucia?
It's a resolution.
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Betancourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
7-0.
Motion passes 7-0. The resolution as amended, is there further discussion? Alderwoman Gould.
Well, so I've spoken out against this resolution a few times now. So I support removing the amalgamation in the second paragraph, but I just find it so sad that the now Public Safety Committee thinks it is just so important that we now have to treat the city manager like some sort of child, and that he has to report the cancellation of a meeting to the Public Safety Committee. Well, what other meetings does the city manager cancel that he has to report on? We hired a city manager for his professionalism. Our city manager is very professional. I don't think that we need to micromanage him and direct him to do this and direct him to do that. And I don't think we need to have him have to report why he canceled a meeting. If he canceled a meeting, I'm sure he's got it rescheduled. And I don't think we need to micromanage him. Really, it's really very sad that the Public Safety Committee their heads are bigger than this room, that the city manager has to report to him, to report to them expeditiously, mind you, expeditiously. I don't think any of that language is necessary in this resolution or any resolution. The city manager reports what he can report to us in a very timely manner. But I don't think he needs to report cancellations of meetings, because we'll start making a list of all the meetings that he cancels or maybe he doesn't go to that needs to be reported to the council. Let's treat the city manager as the paid professional that he is, managing our city, and not like a child. So I think that we should be removing those words out of this resolution and treat the city manager with the respect and dignity that he deserves from this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you making that in the form of a motion?
I would be happy to. That we remove in the 5th paragraph the sentence beginning cancellations of meetings, and we strike it all the way through to the end, to the second sentence following, the notice will be considered complying with the directions of this resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Alderman Nash. Is there discussion? Alderman Betancourt.
Part of the reason I wrote that in there is because there's a long history of delay with various issues regarding the relationship between the city manager and the fire chiefs as a whole. Now, is that a problem now? I don't think it's the same animal right now, personally. But just the same, I think it's very important that we convey, as a matter of an expectation to the city manager and to the public, that this is an important issue, that we expect that the city manager is going to meet, which he has been, with the chiefs, and that we're going to continue to have progress on these issues because they're a matter of public safety. These are serious issues. People, if we fail to perform, can die. It's not it's not something to be taken lightly. Now, we also have, as a city council, an obligation to set expectations and goals for the city manager. We should be doing regular evaluations of the city manager's performance based on those goals and expectations, which, based on my knowledge of what's been happening in the last several years, hasn't been happening. So those are all things that we should be doing. This document is basically a goal-setting document. I think we have a right and even an obligation to do that as a city council. You know, it's not meant to be belittling the city manager or in any way, shape, or form. And he's already performing the duties, as far as I can tell, that are stated in this resolution. But it's also important for us to codify that expectation occasionally in the form of a resolution. Obviously, on a day-to-day basis, we're not going to tell him how he's going to get it done or anything like that. You know, that certainly would be micromanaging. But to say that we have an expectation that these meetings are going to continue and that we're going to continue to make progress and we want to know what that progress is a reasonable expectation. And it's something any decent manager of people, you know, would do. So with my employees, I have regular meetings that I discuss my expectations of their performance. If there are problems, we address them. You know, those are the things that aren't really happening now that I can see. And to say we need to be totally standoffish on the city manager, I think he does a good job. I don't have an issue with his performance in general. But I think it's also important that we note for the record what we believe is important for the city manager to do. So that's the only reason this has come back. Expeditiously is a word I kind of like in this context. It means without undue delay. It's certainly nothing derogatory or mean-spirited to the city manager or even disrespectful. I'm certainly not trying to do any of that. It's not my intent. But to think that we're not going to set goals and give some kind of direction of the way we want this city to be run is foolish. Why are we here then? We shouldn't even be here if that's not the case. So, but the people did elect us, we are here, and we should be doing the job. So that's the reason that this resolution is here, at least by, as far as I'm concerned. And I don't support making that particular change to this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Alderman Nash?
Yeah, I sit up here for a while, and it's not that easy. I agree with Alderwoman Gould, but I also agree with Alderman Bettencourt. But at the same time, let me just throw this out there. We can ask 3 times a month, why was the meeting canceled? We have 3 opportunities a month. I'm not sure if we really have to put in a cancellation of a meeting to be expeditiously reported immediately to the public safety.
Doesn't say immediately.
We meet once a month with public safety. The city manager is normally at most of those meetings. He's missed a couple during the COVID, but he was on Zoom. And then we have 2 council meetings a month where the city manager gives us a report, and he has been, I didn't see it in this one, but he has been meeting with the fire chiefs, and he's said it. And he did actually say 1 month where he didn't meet with them because of different issues. So I don't really know. I do believe we should be setting goals for the city manager, and I think he's well aware of the direction that we wish him to take with this fire study stuff. But at the same time, I don't know if we really need to sit there and say, you need to notify us if a meeting is canceled, because to say what Alderwoman Gould said, yeah, is he going to do that with every single meeting he cancels, or is it just this one? Or should he report to other committees that he canceled one or another? Or what? I don't know. I just think it's kind of, I don't want to say it's micromanaging, because we do have to set goals for the city manager and he has to be accountable to us. But at the same time, we have 3 opportunities to ask him a month, did you have a meeting, and why you didn't? And he has to, and those meetings are public, so he has to state why he didn't have the meeting, and I don't know. So I don't know if we need to have that in there. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Alderman Wilson?
So what I will say is, no matter what profession you are in, what job you have, we are all directed to do something. I think when you, even if it was changed to the word request, it makes it straightforward what we are asking. I think this has nothing to do with belittling or making this an unprofessional thing when it comes to the city manager. This is setting policy and procedure. So beyond Mr. Salamone, years down the road, if this issue is persisting, these meetings, whoever sits in that seat down the road, there is a procedure in place. The other thing is we can't sit up here, and if we're not giving a goal or directives as to what we're looking for, how can we truly evaluate the performance of the city manager? He does his day-to-day job, but as a council, we are setting goals. And to sit here and say, well, why isn't he notifying us of all cancellation meetings? He's the one leading this meeting. So essentially, we all have things that we have to abide by when we are in a career or in a job, whether we run a business or we have someone underneath that we're underneath. We have directives and language, and to be caught up on the word directed and him having to give a notice of cancellation, these are small, minor things that we're going back and forth over. It's a simple email, but it puts a procedure in place. Because the other thing, we don't know who sits up here several months from now. Does that process stay the same? We don't know. So this sets the tone for what it is, no matter who sits in these seats for right now. And whoever comes up here in a few months, they have the opportunity to change that. But that's the other part to this. We set goals, we set procedures, we set how things are done. And these seats change very often. So do priorities and procedures. So this puts something in place that no matter who sits here after November, there is something to have a discussion on. So I think that's the other piece to this. This has nothing to do directly with Mr. Salamone not doing as we asked. This is something we've been talking about for some time now. It's policies and procedure, and we are elected to help set those things. So to go back and forth over the cancellation of meetings, we all have to notify individuals of things on our jobs. It's just the way things go. So it's just that part also of being realistic. So I am not in favor of getting rid of that language. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Bencourt.
Yeah, one more thing on the amendment. I'm going to just disagree with Alderman Wilson on one little piece here, and that's that, while it's certainly our prerogative to set goals and policy direction, it's certainly the city manager that's going to actually develop the procedures and stuff. If we get into the actual nuts and bolts of it, then we're significantly micromanaging. I expect to set goals and see how he meets those goals, and then as far as him actually how he gets it done, that's really up to him. So because he is the CEO of the city, that's my only point there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion at this time? Seeing none.
Alderman DeLucia?
So we're voting on Alderwoman Gould's.
Voting on the amendment offered by Alderwoman Gould.
Thank you. I just want to make sure everyone knows what we're doing.
Alderman DeLucia?
No.
Alderman Miles?
No.
Alderman Wilson?
No.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Betancourt?
No.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 3-4.
The motion fails 3-4. Is there further discussion on the resolution at this time? Seeing none.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderwoman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Alderwoman Gould?
Counsel.
No.
Alderman Nash?
No.
President Pro Tem Betancourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
No.
So that's 4-3.
Resolution passes 4-3.
Old business number 2 to new business number 4, resolution, relative to the American Rescue Plan disbursements.
It's time, a motion, please bring this to the floor. Alderman Wilson, is there a second? Alderwoman Miles? Is there discussion? Alderman Wilson?
So I have provided each of you an amendment with many changes and additions to the original resolution. I would like to take them individually based on the pretty much a division. So I would like to go down and divide each of the areas of the.
Could I make a suggestion?
He's got the floor. Let him complete, and then I can refer to you.
So I would like to divide the amendments into each section so that we can go each section by each section.
Motion to divide is always in order.
Yep, a motion to divide it.
It doesn't need to be voted on.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess the first amendment is cutting the amount for Uncas Leap in this first round to 1 million instead of the 2.1 million, and allowing them to start the process of going out for RFQ or RFP and coming back. Part of the reasoning is we don't know what construction costs are right now. They have been higher due to the pandemic, and I want to make sure that if we're going to commit to doing the project, that they aren't having to come back for a second supplement of the money, but that they can start the planning phase and going out and doing what the necessary work to get it to the construction phase of the full amount. So that is why I'm proposing at least us committing in this first round the million, and then coming back once we have a solidified direction of cost for the project. So that is a motion to reduce that to $1 million.
Thank you. Is there a second? Alderwoman Ella Miles seconds. Further discussion on the amendment at this time? Alderwoman Gould?
So do we have, since we've only had this in front of us for a couple of hours, do we have any idea from anyone, and I'm sure that the city manager hasn't had time to digest any of this, cutting this by $1 million, what does that do to this project? Because we have a master plan concept, and I don't know if there's, maybe it's rhetorical, because I don't think there's anybody here that's prepared to answer the question that cutting the funding at this stage, right now, from $2.1 million was what the city manager had proposed, to $1 million, how does this stall this project, or is there an impact on this project at all? And I realize that they can come back at another time, but the city manager picked this amount, he set this amount, he had to have a reason for setting the amount. So I don't know how we can vote right now without having somebody vet what cutting $1.1 million out of this proposal means, what impact it has on this project moving forward.
I can, if I may, I can tell you that our Public Works Director has reviewed the cost estimates based on the recommendation of the city manager and verified what those responsibilities are in the master plan with a cost assignment, and that is at today's cost. The Public Works Director did do that work, and I don't know how you can get any closer to those at this time. I don't know if the city manager wants to respond. Again, I hate to put you on the spot, but then again, we were only handed this at the beginning of the meeting. It was not shared with anyone, including the city manager.
If I may,
Please.
when you say RFP or RFQ, at what process in the project are you saying, okay, now we stop and wait? Is it after we do the formal specifications and then bid it? At that point, we stop? Or, because when we got to the project, we would be bidding the project. It wouldn't be an RFQ. An RFQ would only be used for the architect, because that's a flexible means of doing it. If you mean that it would be after the bids, so we have a firm number, then we should say that in the resolution, because this doesn't say that.
So I wanted to provide you the flexibility of whether you go with the RFQ and the architect, and he has a better, at that time, I believe, a better cost than just the Public Works Director. I respect what the Public Works Director has come up with. I'm allowing you the flexibility as a city manager to say, we come in and we have a better idea of this is the number that it is. It gives you the opportunity whether you want to wait until that process of an RFP, or if you have a better idea once we've secured the architect. This also gives you money to start the cost of an architect and all of those things. So it gives you the option as the city manager to float either way to come back to us as the council.
Are you saying not to go out to bid, though?
No, I'm not saying not to go out to bid. No, you can go out to bid. I'm not saying that.
I don't think I would need $1 million to do that.
So
I would only need enough to hire an architect, a designer, and have them complete specifications. So I'd rather, I mean, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of. If I don't need it, I'm not going to spend $1 million. But I'm telling you that $1 million is way too generous for that task.
And part of it is I wanted us to commit to doing the project, but also realizing that construction projects have lately been coming in at a higher amount than what we've been anticipating because of material issues and all of those other things. So this at least puts money aside in this first round and still allows you to do your processing, your work, and come back with the total amount that we can give the differentiation amount.
John, is there any further response at this time?
I think Bill had a...
Okay, Alderman Nash then.
Okay, I got a question. If $1 million's too much, then what do we need $2.1 million for, and what are you doing with that money?
Well, that's for the construction.
Of the whole project?
I assume we're only talking about soft cost at this point, design, going out to bid, that type of thing. No,
Okay, but the 2.1...
I guess we could go out as far as we could spend $1 million, but $1 million's not going to complete the project, but it's too much just for designing.
Right,
So
right.
we're going to have, if the project is 10% for architectural, which is for a rule of thumb, that would be a couple $100,000 for, design. And then after that, you'd have $800,000, I guess, to start the project if you want. But
So
I just want to get it, I want to get it clear so I don't...
Right, I'm just trying to, so the 2.1 million you're saying that's enough to complete the project? Roughly, I mean, that's what you're at right now, right?
Yeah, we're pretty comfortable with that.
Because I don't believe at any time construction costs are going to go down. That's not going to happen. I have some working knowledge of construction. It's not going to go down. So I don't know if you say put $1 million aside and you don't need $1 million, so you're going to use a 200,000, put 800,000 away, and then come around on the second round. And we already had that happen to us. We had a bid on a fire department addition that wind up being like 200 and something $1,000 over cost because we played around and we didn't get the things done in time, and we waited and waited and waited, and the next thing you know, the project was 200 and something $1,000 over budgeted. So I don't, if you're saying this 2.1 million will get the project done, then I say let's just go with it, because if we only give you $1 million, and then it's, you put 800,000 away, and the next thing you know, it's 3.5 million because we waited a year, 2 years to do this. I'm just asking, John, because if a million's too much, then what's the 2.1 for?
Well, the million is too much to do with design.
Right, okay. So
That's
the-
what I'm saying.
the
It's not
2.1
enough to
will
do
get
the
us to where
project.
we need to be.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Further discussion, Alderman DeLucia.
Thank you. I think the intent here is to allocate $1 million out of the first round of the ARP money to show that we are more committed to this project than just merely funding the design and have it be a design that sits on the shelf with all the studies that never got enacted in the city of Norwich. So that's what the $1 million is symbolic, as much as it is the committing of significant funds, with the intent that it wouldn't sit for 4 years, as Alderman Nash is concerned about, but that it would be, the balance would be funded in the second round of ARP money. So really what this comes down to is, instead of funding this entire project in the first round of the money, it's funding a little less than 50% of the project with the first round, and then funding the balance once we have a design and a hard cost estimate with the second round of funding.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I would just simply speak against the amendment. I think the whole concept of completing the Uncas Leap in a time when we would not otherwise have funds that we would have to apply for grants and could probably stretch out a full decade or more is before us. And I don't think we should play around with it. I think it's that significant. Keep in mind, one of the goals of this is that this actually become a national park. That's one of the long-term goals. If you look at the walking trails in Norwich, 4 of the principal ones go right through or start at Uncas Leap. And it troubles me that we're going to play around with this opportunity. That is a lifetime opportunity. It's a generational one. So I would say we should not do that at this time. Thank you. Alderman Wilson.
So I will say I don't think we are taking any of this lightly. I think one of the things that I've said is $14.4 million is a lot of money for us to be up here, if anyone wants to say playing around with. I think it's us being responsible in a large project. This is not the first project that we've done a phased approach to. But I think part of it is our job is to be responsible and knowing that there are mechanisms that individuals can come back. We're not spending every single dime tonight. So there is that piece, but then also we know we have a second infusion of $14.4 million coming to us. So it's about progression. I think we're all committed to tourism and the concept of the project, but we also have a responsibility to look at the big picture. And it's a phased approach. I don't think anyone here is saying we're playing around with the project and we don't want it done, because if that was the case, we would fund it at zero. So I think this is a huge commitment, more money than we've put towards it from capital over the years. We're putting a commitment to it, but at the same time taking a phased approach to make sure that all the ducks are in a row and that things get funded completely. To think that we come this time next spring, oh, we don't have any money to spend it on, we will. We will. The other thing is this money doesn't have to be expended until 2024. So this is a project that's not going to get done overnight. It's going to take a little time. It's going to take time. It's not happening in the next 6 months. So it is us doing our due diligence. And who says anyone can't come back for a second bite at the apple? But it's I believe, a responsible decision to allow them to get the architectural phase going, if there are smaller things that they can get started on, but also once they have those hard costs, they can always come back to us and give us that number for the second half. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Alderwoman Gould?
So if we're committed to the Uncas Leak Heritage Park and making this a tourist destination, then let's put the $2.1 million in place for it as the city manager, who is the professional here, that he suggested. And there is no guarantee that we're going to get $14 million next year. I don't care what the federal government told us. We saw what happened when the state of Connecticut told us we were going to get $3.5 million, and we didn't get it back in June. We saw what happened. So let's not count on what we're going to be getting a year from now, 2 years from now. If this project is important, it's important historically, it brings us tourists, then let's put our money where our mouth is and put the $2 million or the $2.1 million that the city manager, he didn't pull that number out of the sky and said, this is what we need to put aside to do this project. Now, if for some crazy stretch of the imagination that it comes back in less, then he can say, listen, here's some money back, do something else with it. But this is an important project to Norwich. We asked the city manager to put all of these things together. He did. Let's go with his recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Alderman DeLucia.
Thank you. So, first, I would like to say that was just the second time that we heard tonight that the city manager is the professional, and the rest of us sitting up here, the 7 of us sitting here, are just a bunch of coconuts, and we don't know how to spend $1 or $1 million for that matter. All right, and that argument's getting old. I'll tell you right now. All right, I never was once much for being called stupid, and I heard it twice tonight. Second thing is, let's do the math. I'm sorry, I have the floor.
I never called anybody by those names.
Please. Alderman DeLucia does have the floor at this time. No outbursts for anyone.
The second thing is that I'd like to say is, let's do the math. If you look at the total appropriation based on all of these amendments in total, it's $10.2 million. That means that just in this first round of money, there's $4.2 million that has not been earmarked or allocated in any way, shape, or form. So if this project's, if the city manager is so committed to this project and the council so desires, once we have done the number of other things that are in this amendment, then we can certainly appropriate that money and the project can be brought to fruition. Right now, as I said earlier, the idea behind this was to fund this at nearly 50% to show a commitment, but also to show our greater commitment, to me, the more important commitment, to the proposals that are in this amendment on the second and third pages that have real impact to neighborhoods and the people who live in those neighborhoods who, frankly, couldn't care less about Uncas Leak Park or the fact that it might be a national park someday. All right? There are people, you know, over on the west side that want to see improvements to Jenkins Park. There are people in Greenville that want to see improvements to the playground in Greenville. There are people citywide that like to see a wider array of opportunities for recreation happening at Mohegan Park and at the top of the hill on Mahan Drive. And these are all the things that, frankly, this cutting the $1.1 million out of number one allow us to do that will impact people in the neighborhoods right away, immediately, increase and improve the quality of life in neighborhoods right away in exactly the same way that we've been talking about and that we've been hearing about from the community at that very podium and at other public venues. So we talk about these, maybe it was a mistake for us to divide this because we're getting hung up on number one, where taking that $1.1 million out of number one is what is allowing us to do the changes in number 4 and then number 6 and then again in number 7 and number 10 and then the new stuff in 11, 12, and 13 and 14 if you care to flip through the rest of the document. All of the things that we are talking about in this entire document, right, are greater than the sum of just their individual parts. All right, and many of those things, most of those things are happening because we're saying take a phased approach to the Uncasleep Heritage Park, okay, and fund half of it on the front end, and do these other things that impact people in the neighborhoods and impact our parents and children and the essentially the people who are paying the bills around here. So frankly, I think that, I know that we're taking these one item at a time, but I would encourage you all to leaf through this and see the proposal or the changes that are being proposed, okay, and focus more on how that impacts, our everyday citizens in this community more than the Uncasleep Heritage Park will impact the community as a whole.
Thank you.
I yield the floor. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Pro Tem, please.
My caucus already knows this, but if I had my druthers, I'd rather just put the $2.1 million down on this and commit it now. But truth be told, Alderman DeLucia makes an excellent point in that, I mean, let's face it, we're not going to spend that $2.1 million right now, although we will in the future. So making sure we have some funds to address some other issues, I think is as important. So I just wanted to make that point. I'm committed to the project. I want it done. Just anecdotally, I had a friend of mine that I used to work with, lives up in Mansfield area, and I used to work with when I worked in the Department of Correction. And he sent me a message the other day. He actually came down to Uncasleep with his family, and he spent some time down there. And he messages me and says, "Mark, this is amazing. I didn't know this was even here, I says, "Yeah, man, it's pretty good. We've done some work on it lately, and it's getting better, So, so there are some real opportunities here. I was down there yesterday. It's a wonderful site. It's always a wonderful site. So I look forward to getting this project done. I think there's a couple things in there that would really enhance this area and that need to get done. So, but like I said, they will get done. There will be additional funds assigned for this project. But at this point, right this second, there are some other things that we could get done right now that would help the community a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Alderman Nash.
I won't be here when this gets voted on again, but I just want to let people know that, yes, all the other projects that have been amended are valuable projects to our community. But I just want to point out that in Norwich has a horrific history of paving over its history. We have a battlefield behind the Three Rivers Community College that in many ways, and forgive me for being ignorant, I know Mr. Brown is sitting in the audience, and I talked to his brother about this quite a few times back in the day, that was their Gettysburg, for God's sake. And we paved the parking lot over it, and wonderful Norwich, great idea. Salem, Massachusetts makes hundreds of millions of dollars on a bunch of witches. We have as much history in Norwich as Salem, Plymouth Rock, Jamestown, Gettysburg, Williamsburg. I just hope, I'll take my councilman promises that they're going to see the project through, because again, I won't be sitting here. But if it gets paved over into a parking lot, it's tragedy. It's just tragic. And I hope that the Historical Society stays focused on it, and even though I may not be sitting up here, feel free to reach out to me, and I'll come in and, you know, pump my chest up to the podium and make my cries. So that's all. Just please be careful what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? My last comment will be this. It's interesting, the first salvo on this plan tonight is to set back our own Native American heritage, because that's what we're doing. And frankly, it's not the right thing to do. Roll call.
Oops, Mayor, can you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have a comment to make, as the only Native American actually sitting up here on the dais. I don't have an issue with this being done in a staged fashion or a phased in. I am committed to having this project completed and seeing it all the way, through to fruition. And in regards to the comment you made about Jamestown, in case you didn't know, Jamestown, Rhode Island is actually a burial island for the Narragansett Indian tribe.
I was talking about the one in Virginia, ma'am, sorry.
Oh, okay, well,
I
for
apologize,
example,
my bad. It was Virginia I was mentioning.
for example, the one in Jamestown, Rhode Island is actually a burial island. So every road that you drive on in Jamestown, you are driving over somebody's grave. I cannot tell you how many graves were dug up to put somebody's lovely mansion or whatever. So I do understand the significance of historical sites. Like I said, I am committed to seeing this project all the way through. I don't have an issue with it being done phased in. With $1 million, let's get as much done as we can and then fund the rest of it. But we do have businesses and citizens here in the city that are in immediate need yesterday. So we have to look out for those, those individuals too that need the assistance from this ARP money. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Then I have a question to ask those who are supporting this amendment, and maybe it's rhetorical, but since there will be a second round of recommendations for the remaining portions of the funds to be spent in year one from the city manager, I would ask you to consider, should he come back asking for the balance, to support that at that time.
Can I answer that?
But, yes, sir.
Absolutely. I think that, if they go out for RFP or RFQ, whichever method, and they have a harder cost, I think we're not saying we wouldn't support it. I think this allows them to at least know we're committed to them getting started on the necessary pieces before construction. So I think that's what we've all set up here. We're definitely committed to it, but there are some more immediate needs in this resolution that can be done with right at this time. And again, when they have those costs, it's going to be committed to it.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, roll call, please.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderwoman Gould?
No.
Alderman Nash?
No.
President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
No.
That's 4-3.
Amendment passes 4-3. Alderman Wilson?
I'm going to go on to the next page.
What about number two? What's number
So
two?
we want to just go down the list?
We should go down.
So I don't think we have a problem with 2. There are no changes to 2, so we can, of course, continue to go with 2.
So
I don't have a problem with 2 or 3.
Alderman DeLucia.
I was just going to say, it seems to me that really the original motion would have been to divide the question, because the numbering is the same, and just go from one number to the next and vote yay or nay.
Yeah,
All right?
I would take that. Yeah, that's totally fine.
that's how I thought we were doing.
That's what I thought it was at first too, so.
So we just go to number 2.
Yep, so we're on number 2. and I don't have a problem with it.
You're gonna make a motion, right?
I'll make a motion to support
Thank you.
the 800,000 to the Browning Road water main extension.
Is there a second? Alderman Nash. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those, roll call.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderwoman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes,
That's 7-0.
motion passes 7-0.
Thank
Item 3, please. Is there a motion?
Make a motion.
Alderman Nash, second, Alderwoman Gould. Is there discussion? Alderman Wilson.
The only thing that I will say, so, you know, we, of course, last meeting, we added Jenkins Park, the 130,000 from the ARP funding. I know they have other funding for an additional court. The only thing that I would just ask, as we move forward with a lot of these programmings for true needs of our community, is there are programs out there, such as Ncdc and other things that I would hope we do our best to expend those funds as well, to stretch the longevity of these funds to our community. There are some unique opportunities in those funds, but I do know that these funds, not only do they help neighborhoods and with improvements, and I believe it's that these Armstrong Courts, Jenkins Park, Greenville Playground, a splash pad, they bring tourism and economic development along with them. But also there are programs in here that meet the needs of families moving forward during some tough times coming in the fall and in the winter. So definitely support them. And knowing firsthand, dealing with young people and families on a daily basis, the impact of health and mental health, those are definite things that I see the support and need for, along with the employment support piece. So I completely support this, but I also encourage us to continue to utilize those other programs that are out there that they've set up.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Please.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderwoman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes,
That's 7-0.
passes 7-0. Item 4, is there a motion, please? Nash, second, Alderwoman Ella Miles. Is there discussion? Alderman Nash?
When you say vanilla box, I just want to clarify, we're not just talking about just vanilla box for retail stores, we're talking about vanilla box that may help restaurants, or is it just for a storefront?
All the above.
It could be any of those.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Alderman Wilson.
I would like to offer an amendment to add the clause of a $300,000 limit on any allocation of funds for any project, as well as $400,000 allocated specifically to small businesses, micro enterprises, and home-based businesses. So out of this $2 million, those are two additional things that I would like us, caveats that I would like us to add, but also knowing that small businesses have been affected, I would like to set aside, designate 400,000 of it directly for those types of businesses.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Pro Tem, please.
If I could make a friendly amendment there
Go
to
for it.
that, just in addition to define the small businesses as having less than 10 employees.
Correct.
And the micro enterprises as having less than 5 employees. So, and I'll second Alderman Wilson's initial, if there wasn't a second, I don't know.
Small businesses having what? More than 14?
Who was the second person? Alderman Wilson, I don't believe he made the motion.
Do you accept that as
Yes,
friendly? Yeah.
yes, sorry.
So it's one motion made by you both?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So
You all set? Okay, the clerk has that. Is there further discussion? Go ahead, Mark.
if I can, yeah, so basically, to be quite honest with you, I think we had an issue with any one enterprise getting a huge allocation out of this amount of money. So we wanted to place a limit on that. We believe recently NCDC put a conditional approval on a project, but we believe that coming out of this bucket of money would be unfair to other businesses in the area that might not allow them to get any funding. So, and we certainly wanted to make sure that we put some funds aside, particularly to the many, very, small businesses and, micro enterprises, and even in home-based businesses. The home-based businesses, particularly during COVID, were impacted and did not, in general, get a lot of support. So those enterprises, we want to make sure have a foot in the door on this, and that all the money isn't handed out to other enterprises. So, I mean, that's the main reason. I mean, we're not changing the amount of funding or anything like that here. We just want to make sure that those in need have an opportunity to get funding, that's all.
Thank you, Alderman Nash.
I just a question. It says you're limiting 300,000 for any one project, and then you're putting 400,000 aside for a small business. So if I'm a small business and I get a $300,000 limit, is that going to come out of the 400,000 allocated for a small business, micro business, or home business, or is it 300,000 in addition to the
I'm sorry, the 400,000 should be interpreted as a minimum.
Correct.
But you can't do more than 300,000 per any one project.
Correct.
But you're going to give me 400,000.
No.
You're really.
400,000 for
as a
small
limit.
business.
You got
For small
300,000 as a
businesses.
limit.
Right.
I'm a small business. Let's pretend.
Right.
Let's pretend. I'm a home-based small business. I want $300,000.
No.
So if I get the 300,000, is there only 100,000 left allocated?
Minimum.
But there's only 100,000 left.
Minimum.
So one small business could eat up that whole 400,000.
In theory. yeah.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
theory.
Thank you.
If I could answer that.
Alderman Wilson?
So I think the other thing is looking at most small businesses, and many of, it really is those home-based businesses and micro enterprises that it really truly is going to affect. They're not going to even go for an amount like that. Many of them, talking to several of them, it's the smaller.
So this is two
Smaller.
separate things.
Correct.
Okay,
Well, it's the whole 2 million, but out of that 2 million, we want,
Like our small
400.
barber shop person needs 30,000. That
Correct.
comes out of that 400.
correct. So it allocates money directly to them. After that 400,000 is expended possibly, that does not stop them from applying.
Oh, no,
for it.
okay, that's,
Yep.
I just want to
But
make sure.
it is us setting aside saying, out of that 2 million, a minimum of
Gotcha.
400,000
Okay.
needs to be spent on small businesses and micro enterprises and
Thank you
home-based
for that
businesses.
clarification. Appreciate it.
Not a problem.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Then I have a question for Alderman Wilson.
Yes.
The $300,000 limit on any allocation of fund for any project, you are aware, as we all are, of a potential project of over $8 million investment in downtown. Currently, it's structured with a proposed $400,000 grant and then a $400,000 loan, which would obviously be paid back. Is it your intent that this limit would not allow that project to go forward, since I can tell you the financing of it is contingent on it?
So I
And
think.
thus, that project would, in essence, be dead now.
So I would say that that's part of where I can't see, and I'm going to say this, I can't see with a community struggling like we are. We cut $3.5 million out of a budget. People talk about the tax rate being high. Small businesses, many of them, not able to apply for many of the COVID business programs out here. I can't sit up here and say, while all of them vie for what's left out of that $800,000, out of this $2 million for a citywide, that's at this point right now, I couldn't sit here and support just that. Down the road, we could talk about that, but there are individual needs that small businesses, micro enterprises, and even decent-sized businesses would benefit from. But $800,000 going towards one developer, we've been down this road several times before. We've been down this road of that happening. Reed and Hughes. We've got the several buildings out here on Broadway. So for me, this is also, I have to look at this from a risk point of view. COVID's still affecting our community. But the other thing, and I think Alderman DeLucia touched on this, is when I talk to families, at this point right now with where we are as a community, many of those families aren't moving into a market rate apartment at this time. So for me, it is, we can talk about that down the road of how we structure these things. But right now, and we talk about this all the time, it's setting caps and limits, and you may have to go back to the developer. It's part of what we do. But I don't know how we can sit here, and before we even voted up here, we've already promised a developer $800,000, knowing we're only allocating $2 million to Ncdc for economic development opportunities, vanilla boxes, code correction, citywide. It just doesn't make full sense. And I understand they may not be getting it up front, but you have to account for that amount of money being set aside. So I think right now a limit is necessary. We can talk about it down the road, but right now a limit of $300,000 I think is realistic.
Thank you. So the answer is yes. As of right now, that project would not go forward based on this vote after that long and lengthy discussion. Thank you. I would argue that having market rate apartments downtown is one of the best things we could ever do for the downtown area. It actually means people are living down there with higher levels of disposable income to support the commercial and retail stores that we hope will relocate downtown. It takes away the potential strength that it represents, and you noted it yourself. They don't get a dime unless they finish the project, period. They have to have a certificate of occupancy. It's been inspected, fire marshal, building department. It's done. It's not, will it happen? It's done. And it's not $800,000. Half of that is a loan. They got to pay it back with interest. It's not free money.
It is if they don't.
If you want to argue that the 400 is too much, I understand that. But they also have to invest the 8+ first to even qualify for it. And I think we're all supposed to be here growing the grand list. You have room for all of this is what I'm getting at. I'm not against the $400,000. Small business, I support that strongly. But you have an actual bona fide developer owning a property in downtown right now, sitting before his bank, I'll use that term, and they're ready to move forward. After tonight's vote on this particular issue, I think the project stops. And I'm not sure you want that as an end result. I really don't. But thank you for your response. Alderman DeLucia.
So my first question for you, Mayor, because I believe that you are more on the inside track on that particular project, and I do, that's not a pointed statement. So my question would be, how would that project move forward if we didn't have this magic pot of gold delivered to us by the federal government?
It would have not. It's very clear. Nor would the Youngest Leap move forward in the time fashion we all hope. This is a generational, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's picking winners and losers. It's making decisions. I think we can have both. The small business investor, and if we're fortunate enough to have a project who has the rest of their finances lined up, and they do at this time, Why not have both? Get the best of both investments, that's all I'm saying.
I can see your point, but I will tell you that I'm a little gun shy on this because I have heard those same words over and over and over again. We heard those exact same statements, not from you, I'm saying, but we heard those exact same statements when we were talking about the Warregan. How many market rate apartments are in the Warregan today? None. You know, we heard those same statements more recently with the project going on out at Taffel at Panema with the South Mill, which when we were pitched that project, the South Mill was supposed to be mostly commercial development to address the fact that Taffel and Greenville are a food desert, and also to develop the commercial part of that project, which is really the bread and butter for a municipality like ours, not the residential side, but the commercial side, because of that, what that does to the grand list. And now, instead, the South Mill is going to be, I don't know, 100 and some apartments.
140.
And then the commercial piece, it has evaporated. So we get promised a lot of things in this city, all right, that do not come to fruition, and they don't come to fruition after we've put in our stake, you know, the taxpayer's stake. Yeah, I don't want to paint this particular proposed project with too broad of a brush, but I, for one, am getting tired of feeling like the city of Norwich are the beggars and we'll take whatever deal we're offered, and then on the backside, the developer doesn't have to come through with what they pitch us and what they promise us on the front end. And so, again, I don't want to paint this particular developer. I don't know who it is. I don't know certainly what their plans are or what their finances are. But I say that if you want to invest in Norwich, then you need to bring it. And it shouldn't take $800,000 of this once-in-a-lifetime money for us to close a deal on an attractive, viable, well-placed building in downtown Norwich.
Thank you. You said a lot. Historically speaking, we're fortunate that they were in the position that we're in with the South Mill due to the smarts of our planning director, who requested that a portion of the EPA grant do a market analysis. Would that have worked in that building? And before money was spent, it came back with a resounding no. It would have not worked. That's why the building is being repositioned for housing and a restaurant as well as proposed for that area. All commercial would not have survived, would not have sustained. So that's why the shift took place. And that goes back almost 3 years that request was made of the EPA, who gave us the grant. They allowed us the marketing analysis. So that's actually a good outcome. We'd have gone down the wrong path in that respect.
Well, wouldn't you say that with 400 apartments in the big mill, that there is enough people living there to support commercial businesses?
You
but
would,
yet we're not going to get one. We're going to get a restaurant. And I don't want to debate that with you, because it's not apt for this conversation on this resolution. But I'm just trying to just paint a picture for you, Mr. Mayor, at why we are so gun-shy about these big-ticket investments on the city side in order to lure some sort of savior developer to the city, when 9.5 times out of 10, we've been left either holding the bag or we've had to lower our expectations in order to say that, well, at least we got something out of it, and we don't really get anything out of it. I don't agree, or I don't believe, I should say, I don't believe that Norwich being the housing hub, while all the surrounding communities with much lower mill rates get all the commercial development. And I just think that we're continuing down that road, and it needs to stop.
thank you. I believe Pro Tem would like the floor.
Yeah, I've got a question actually for the mayor, I guess, initially. Have you seen the financials for this developer?
I and you, as a member of NCDC, have relied on the expertise of the people that we've hired at NCDC and the attorney who volunteers his time, and they have vetted those financials at this time. In fact, our president is here if you'd like to ask
bring him up.
questions.
Yeah.
Please, Kevin.
Come on up. So just to be open and honest, I did have a conversation with Mr. Brown earlier today. So regarding that particular situation, has NCDC vetted the financials on this project?
Yeah, we have. And in fact, this project was planned to be funded under the former downtown bond program before the funds ran out, and we hit the gap between then and the current state. And not only have we vetted the financials, we have prior performance of this developer in New Britain building the exact sort of residential and retail environment in a historic building and revitalization of a historic building. So they've got past or prior performance conducting the same sort of development. Additionally, we have been in direct contact with the organization, with the lender, and they were, look, there are many ways to come at this problem. We can pull one thread and, or pull one Jenga block and the rest of it tumbles down. But the lender was motivated by the commitment of the city. Potentially, all the right caveats and contingent words were thrown into this whole conversation. There was no pre-committal or pre-promise before this body had this conversation. But the lender was motivated by the city's commitment. And I would just suggest to all of you that if you can get a lender who's interested specifically in downtown revitalization, not just Norwich, but elsewhere, to see that this city has a commitment to it, you could be setting yourself up for future successes. And I just don't want us to take this off as a one-off and pull it out and not achieve what we could achieve collectively. The tax return on this property re-entering the grand list, I think right now that it's $28,000 a year or something like that. Once built out and once the tax incentive has sunsetted, within 5 years, you've got a return on the public dollar investment of the grant monies that would go in. And then, has already been discussed, the loan monies are coming back anyway. So it feels like a lot of money out of this initial tranche. I'll tell you all honestly, the day I took the job, the first question I asked was, why are we spending so much of this very small amount of money on one project? But the payoff is immense. The ROI on doing this, for all of these reasons we've talked about, I believe is enormous. And to your only question you asked, yes, with our attorney's assistance, we've gone over their financials. But more importantly, the fine point that I want to put on it is not only have we gone over their financials, we've been in a point-to-point conversation with the lender who's interested in seeing this project through.
All right, on the other, there's another aspect to this. What about, I think our concern is that, I'm aware of another project that'll be, have a fairly significant cost, and that, over half of the money will be in some way committed already. So, what do we, what do you do with less than $1 million?
Yeah, no, and forgive me if I wasn't clear, but I just addressed that. And I recognize that of $2 million, $800,000 is nearly half, is your point, right? But what I try to make clear is in the two component parts, the $400,000 grant and the $400,000 loan, the loan will be paid back.
Yeah, where does the city sit where would they sit in the lien? It'd be after the bank anyway, right?
Yes, we're after the bank. However, but an important point there, the lender has made it clear that they will make us the second lien on the mortgage, that we're not just out here operating separately as a nonprofit that came to the rescue, but that they would work the financing to ensure, and we're approaching a closed session kind of conversation here, but our position is secured. The city's position is secured.
Having been in this situation before, sitting here, the city's position isn't secure. So that's, if it comes in after the
Depends on your
bank.
risk mitigation
So
curve.
if you're, unless you're number one, your situation is
Sure.
not secure.
Sure.
So, all right.
We're not putting $4 million in or
Yeah.
$3.5 million in either. So to think that we are left lead on the financing with $400,000 loan wouldn't be appropriate.
Because we're talking about $800,000 that'll be committed from the city's allocation of our funds, I would feel much better about if that project came before this body rather than being dealt with Ncdc.
I respect and understand that point. I just tell you that the way that I've tried to describe this for you is that, and granted, it's contingent, and I've described it that way, but you are potentially pulling back from and demonstrating a lack of commitment to this project by the city if we can't go forward with it.
Mark, you all set? Other
Yeah,
people
I
want to
just-
speak?
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
I don't want to cut you off, just
that's all
as
right.
other people
Okay.
have hands up.
I see.
Alderman Miles, please.
I have a question for you. So the return on investment, is that based on the building being at full capacity with all units rented, or?
It is, but remember too, though, it's really not a function so much of the tenancy. I mean, I guess the answer really is no, not really, because it's based on the assessed value of the property, which really is occupancy agnostic.
Okay, and the other question is, it indicated that the units are going to be at market rate.
Right.
We've had citizens come up here saying they're going to be eating cat food in the dark. So where are these families or individuals coming from that can afford to pay market rate? I mean, personally speaking, my mortgage is less than market rate rental. So
Right.
my question is, where are we going to be pulling this pool of people that are willing to pay market rate in a city, and I'm not slamming Norwich or anything, that currently is not going to offer them any amenities? So we're putting housing way up here and then offering these tenants down here. So where is that middle ground that's going to make someone want to come and spend that money with no parking, or, to have an agreement to use existing city parking for tenant parking, and then what does that do for the businesses that need the parking? So
At the risk of sounding coy, that's a good problem to have, right? And this is clearly a first step kind of conversation. Are we ready and willing to make a first step to start to create a problem as bad as what you just described with parking? And I think the answer is yes, we have to be ready to. As far as the other social needs that have been described and that are to be met by the overall ARP allocation, listen, I'm as sensitive to that as anybody else. I'm just not here to address that issue. So inside of the funds that Ncdc is requesting or the allocation that is being suggested, I think that this is a smart use of the money. And I'll just say on the market rate, the comment was made, and I sort of lost track of where it was, but that there might not be the demand. Panema Mills is at 99% with a waiting list right now. And so the demand is there. And back to my earlier point about, some of us got to take a first step to revitalize downtown. Let's do it. Let's take that step. The demand, the broader demand is out there. Let's put 42 of those here. We've got 100 folks in apartments north of that, up on the side of the hill. This would almost double, 50 to 75% increase in the density of foot traffic in downtown Norwich, which then creates the ability for Hart or a new business or any of these new businesses that opened in vanilla boxes along Main Street to actually thrive from the dollars to be spent down there. The idea is bring the people, change the vibe, have population, take the next step forward. And I think that this is a chance to do that.
Because my concern is, going full force with this, and then we wind up with yet another lovely building downtown that's still vacant.
And I think, I fully understand it, but I think the mayor has made it perfectly clear that can't happen. They will not get, if they don't complete if they don't complete the project, they don't get our money. They get help me out, Devin, the grant is paid upon the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. So none of those grant dollars go anywhere until that failure that you're describing has proven not to come true. And the loan, we get paid back. So there's no position that is risk-free, but we're in a pretty solid position with this project.
Alderman Miles,
I yield. I yield.
further questions?
No question.
If I may respond to a concern you raised, which is very valid, if you look across the city, houses are selling above the requested sale, almost to every single one. If you look across the city, the Hills development across from Pinion Mills, it's all market rate. If you go to West Ledge Development, former Peachtree, the 120 new units, they're all market rate. And as they come online, Gebby has waiting lists too. People are moving away from other states, literally, and getting away from larger cities. And a lot of that development is already in place here. These developers, Gebby, they developed the Harbor View Drive on Cedar Lane. They started the Hills project. They're building another 55 units. They know they'll fill them because they already have the inquiries when they're going to be available. It's here, the ability to sustain and accept market rate apartments, and that's exactly what we want. The disposable income they bring to a community will sustain a revived downtown. It will help us with the issue of taxes. It will help us with the issue of program offerings for our kids. We don't want to turn that away. We just don't. And they're doing it on their own anyway. The only thing Gebby asked for towards the end was they found out about the enterprise zone. They didn't know about it. When they did Harbor View, they didn't use it at all. They have used it in phases at the Hills down in Taftville, and they're just growing and growing and growing. And those are all market rate. They can actually put 300 units up there. They're approved for that. Will they get to that number? I don't know, but they're doing another 55. They just completed a beautiful clubhouse for all the people that live there. And if you haven't been over to West Ledge, you really should go over there. They'll be happy to give you a tour. I went over there back in April. Solid construction, beautifully done, and it's going to raise the value of that entire neighborhood so much. To have market rate in downtown, I'll tell you right now, there's this another developer who now is the principal owner of the Oregon Hotel. He's looking to do the same thing in the Reed and Hughes. 17 units, that's all it will fit. But the other thing I don't want lost is it's not just housing in that project, it's retail commercial on the first floor levels.
9,000.
Water Street and Main. So I just don't want everyone to take a vote and not be aware of this. This project that we're talking on now has gone through several machinations and changes. Right now, I think it puts the city in the driver's seat because, again, they got to finish before they get a single dime, grant or loan. If they don't finish, they don't get. And that money is still there for others at the same time. And this is year one, round one. If we're successful, why wouldn't others look to develop with us as well? Thank you.
That was my whole, I want to make sure it's going to be something that's affordable, something that's sustainable, and that, we're not dealing with like a gentrification issue where now we're going to be pricing out, other people that are already here in the community.
Right,
So.
right, understandable, and I'm not sure if you're referring directly to this, but, the name of the LLC is Norwich Luxury Apartments, and that is a misnomer because we are not talking about a gentrification necessarily, but market rate, fairly and frankly. And if I could just, one more second, since I'm up here, I want to put a fine point on the intangible. When I talked about the Jenga or the pulling of the threads, let's not lose sight of an important fact, and that is this is an opportunity to take a historic building and bring it back to life. And those opportunities, if we back away from this, there's no vanilla box opportunity that's going to do that. It would take way too many dollars and somebody else to come back in and try to come up with a grand plan for it. We've got the chance to actually do that.
I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to do this, but I need to share this. At Panema Mills, there is a percentage of the units that are currently occupied now that are set aside for low-income people. They have to. That's how they got the financing for that. In this new proposal for the 140 units, will have the same configuration. People of lower incomes have the opportunity and access to the same quality of housing that the person who pays market rate at Panema. They're no different. The units are all the same. And that's, again, required because of the funding sources. Building 1 took 16 different financing sources to finance that building. 16 different ones. It's called stacking. All of these major large buildings require stacking. Even this one needs a form of stacking, more than one funding source. We're a small part of that when you look at the overall investment. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't be monopolizing. I'm supposed to facilitate. I apologize. Alderman Gould.
I think the main point that we have to remember here is that if we are going to revitalize our downtown, and yes, we've had some other projects that didn't get off the ground. Absolutely, we have. But if we want to revitalize our downtown, we have to put feet on the street. And this new generation that wants to live in a downtown and go to a restaurant in the downtown and go shopping in a downtown, then we have to meet their needs, or they're going to look for it someplace else. They're going to go to another community to find it. So Mr. Brown has explained that while we're not in first position, which is best position, the project's got to be completed before they get a single dime. And we're not talking about a $100,000 project here. We're talking about a multi-million-dollar project. That, once people live there, now we're going to say, oh, listen, we've got all these new people who live in downtown. We need another restaurant. We need this kind of store. We need a place for them to go in and get milk or bread or vegetables or something else. But if we stop trying, we might as well pull the shades down on all the windows and turn all the lights off. We have to keep trying. We have to try to mitigate our risk, but we have to keep trying to revitalize our downtown. Otherwise, we should just start pulling down the buildings, because then we'll have less aggravation. Just take them down because nobody's going to move into them. We've got to try this. We have got to have a vanilla box program where you say to people, here, I've sort of built it for you. Come in and pick your carpeting and your drapes and your wall color. Put in your cabinets, put in your countertops. I've got you the vanilla box. We have to support code correction because we have historically older buildings, and it's very expensive to do code correction. And yes, this is a once in my lifetime, certainly, opportunity to do this with federal dollars. And if it meets the criteria, we should be thinking about doing this not just downtown, but at other places as well. So I would like you to remove the $300,000 limit that you have proposed so that we can see this project that we're specifically talking about in downtown move and come to fruition. And if it doesn't come to fruition, we haven't lost anything. But we need to be able to put our feet in the water. I know what we have been, I don't want to say burned, we've been warmed a few times previously. But we can't stop trying. Because if we stop trying, we should put $2 million into a demolition account and just start pulling all these buildings down. Thank you.
Alderman Wilson.
So first, I will say I am by far the youngest up here on this council. I have quite a few friends talk to every single day. The other thing I want to point us to is when we look at the census results that came out, Norwich didn't grow. I want us to be clear on that, based off of those census results. But the other part that we have to realize is young people my age are not moving to Norwich, are not the ones buying homes in Norwich. Okay? I'm being realistic. Okay? So the other part that we have to look at is, right now, we can have this conversation down the road, but the immediate need for us to set aside $800,000 out of this $2 million, right now, when we've got businesses that this $2 million could easily be eaten up by small businesses, it makes no sense for us right now with these ARP funds to set aside $800,000. Because the other question is we go forward, and if that piece is removed, we've got to account for that money being there. Right or wrong?
Alderman, I just asked you to consider this. You know, there's been a lot of discussion about we don't want to make this decision and then find out that we got burned. I would challenge you and say, you make a decision that says $400,000 must be focused on micro businesses of 10 people or less. Are you willing to come back and go, wow, we got burned because we weren't able to spend it because there really isn't the demand for $400,000 for micro businesses of 10 people or less? The SBA definition of a small business is less than 500 employees or less than $1 million in revenue. That's the Small Business Administration's definition. If we were to abide by that definition, I'd tell you, okay, we can probably move that $400,000. But my point is we are almost artificially confining our ability to create success with small businesses by that lofty goal, which is no different than a lofty goal to do something big like build apartments.
Listen, I understand where you're coming from, but when you look at neighborhoods around here, family pizza restaurants, you look at family-owned small businesses, you look at businesses that have maybe 2 or 3 individuals, they haven't had the opportunity. That barbershop owner, I know of several that spent more than $50,000 to get up and running and have less than 10 employees.
I'm all about it. That's why they're here. I want to help them.
But the part is to say that $400,000 isn't a realistic piece at this point. Again, it's just as big of a risk. It's just as big of a risk as you taking $800,000 on a project that is still, we have no certainty as to what it brings.
Just as big.
However, when we look at some of these small businesses, many of them, when they have gotten the resources, have been able to make it. It's the startup cost, the cash flow, the part of code correction within that stalls many of them. I've watched several barbershops go through it. So when you spread that program across the city, I'll give you Greenville, for example. There are plenty of businesses over there that would have loved to have that opportunity 10 years ago, and the amount of money that they've been in debt to get to where they are, and are struggling. So I think the part I have to look at is the current need in our community when we look at all of this, and I can't see us putting that large amount of money aside at this time. I don't mind having that conversation down the road, but the other thing is it was like a slap in the face to some of us on the council that they've already got an $800,000 project that amount of money is going to be set aside. I mean, I had no idea, until I read the paper. So it's that part of, we're making these decisions, and that's a lot of money at this point.
Alderman, we made that arrangement, condition, and announcement with all of the appropriate caveats that it was conditional and contingent upon. And we were confident going forward because what we knew was we were approaching the potential for a $2 million allocation to Ncdc, and that made that feel like something we could confidently do. But everyone knows that it's contingent, and if this vote goes south, that project will go away. So you weren't put on a hook personally or as a council because that contingency is there.
Alderman.
I yield the floor.
All set? Okay.
I yield.
President Pro Tem, please.
I don't have a question for you, Kevin, but just on the amendment to begin with, Yeah, my issue, pure and simple, is that this money is, if we vote for the funding without the amendment, that well, at least the $800,000 is going to be spoken for, and we'll be left with 1.2 million for the whole city for the rest of these these goals, these projects. I just don't think that's enough, to be honest with you. I mean, if you're going to commit $800,000 to one project, then the funding here should be increased. So that would be.
I appreciate that perspective, Mr. President, because if you think about it, there's been a lot of discussion tonight about a call forward of dollars. Go show us what you can make happen, and then we'll give you more on other conversations that have already happened. And if in fact the demand for small business growth grows rapidly and overcomes that, I would think we would collectively want to keep going and keep funding and have more small businesses move out of the ground, but not push aside the potential big project and hope for a lot of small business projects. I should probably.
Pro Tem, you all set at the moment?
Yeah, I'm all set.
I need to respond. This is, again, only round one of year one funding, and I certainly, whoever's here would argue strenuously, whether on this side of the desk or on that side of the desk next year, that we continue to invest in small business, and you'll have another $18 million to do it at this point in time. So, and it's going to take a build-out, 2-3 years perhaps to complete. I mean, let's be realistic here. There's no check being cut here until that project's built, period, till the value is in the property. And that's what our goal is here, to bring value to the properties, that's all. This is not the final day you can look at investing in small business. There's a lot more opportunity, and I would argue that that's the best place we can invest the remaining funds that are there, whoever's sitting here. It doesn't end tonight. It either begins or this project, I think it goes away. And that's a shame. All the machinations it went through. Pro Tem, you and I sat in meetings with these owners previously, prior years, and they had problems, they had gaps, and, you know, they changed.
I don't believe I have.
No, you and I sat at Fat Cats and met with them.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
Jacob Abraham, I'm sorry, that's one name. Alderman Nash.
I just want to say real quick, like we were talking about the Uncas Leap saying if it works out, we just come back and give them more money. It's the same thing, I think, here. If this is working out, and I'll beg to differ, I think the downtown bond did a lot of good stuff for downtown, and maybe it was very difficult to quantify it. But you don't have, how do you, just look downtown. I mean, some things popped up, some things got really better, some things got active, some things got hot, and so you can't say that. I understand that we have to work on quantifications, like what did it do, how did it get there, but sometimes you have to look at what happened, and that sometimes doesn't relate on paper for money. Now, the other thing I also want to say is many, many years ago when I was sitting on the parking commission, we were discussing parking, and everyone was complaining there was no downtown parking, no downtown parking. Now, the problem really is there's no downtown parking if you want to park in front of the place you want to be at. That could be a difficult sometimes. You might have to drive around a little bit, find a spot a little bit farther, and walk to the place you want to go. But there's always been downtown parking. So what I did was I was on the parking commission is I called places like Philadelphia, Boston, New York City. Yeah, they were big cities, but I asked them how did they handle their parking issues, because they have a lot of parking issues. And one of the things the guy was telling me in New York, who was a lot more helpful than the other cities, was there was a small section off of Mulberry Street in Chinatown that was vacant. The apartments were vacant, the storefronts were vacant, and they were having issues with parking because the residents needed parking. So they fixed it so that residents were parking a couple of blocks away, and they had these little areas where they had tore down buildings and put parking lots. And the next thing they know, they started renting out the second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth floor apartments, which obviously is a lot bigger than Norwich. And the next thing you know, the coffee shop popped up, the deli popped up, the shoe store popped up, The umbrella store popped up. Next thing you know, that whole section became vibrant. And the reason it became vibrant was because people were moving into the apartments. When people moved into the apartments, they started demanding services. Is that going to happen in Norwich? I don't know. You can go look at Mystic, and they're building $1 million apartments over there, $600,000 over by the Mix restaurant there. They're having places over there, $600,000. But the businesses are already there, so people are moving there because of that. So you see some areas where it was the residents that moved the businesses, and you see some areas where businesses moved the residents. I don't know which one we are at. It's the chicken before the egg thing, and that's where we're at here. If you're telling us with the Uncas Leap that we can always come back and ask for more money and give them more money, then in this situation, it's the exact same thing. If this becomes successful, we can always come back and say, next round, let's ask for some more money. I just think kicking it down the road, or at a later date, or talk about it later, or look at it later, or we'll work on it later, that's the problem with Norwich. We're always kicking the can down the road for the next group of people to deal with. And then when the net people get up here, they kick it down the road and blame the last guys. I don't know. It's a chicken before the egg, Mr. Brown. So that's what I gotta say.
Thank you, Alderman Nash. Is there further discussion?
Just one quick thing. In this particular case, I think that it would be advantageous if this particular project came before the council for an allocation, rather than it be encompassed in this $2 million piece. Because it's obvious that some of the people sitting up here have some issues with the project. And, obviously, and it may be for a lack of communication or whatever, I don't know. But they have some, and they're not seeing the merits to the project. So I have to say that I'm going to suggest that happen, that project in and of itself come to the council for an allocation, under the program. So that outside of this $2 million amount.
So you'd be looking for a bond?
No, I'm looking for, and there's another level of funding, once we go back and do funding again for a later stage in the ARP funds, that this particular piece go, because I would like the money, that $2 million, I would like it to see it go towards, local businesses, in a greater quantity.
Mr. President, I understand your point, but that's clearly for you folks to sort out. I would just say that, as I listen to the Uncas Leap conversation and as I think about that course of action, if you cut a rope in half and then you tie it back together, it's shorter, and you're never going to get to where you wanted to go. And I'm concerned in this case that we cut this rope in half and say, let's go back and tie it back together again later. The level of commitment from the lender, the level of commitment from the developer could wane, and we're back to ground zero.
I have questions for you, if I may. We're talking about the merits of this project. Is it honest to say that not a dollar of this money will go to that project probably for 3 years? Because they have to build it, they have to get it permitted, they have to go through every check and balance the city provides, compliance with all the fire codes as the building's being built out. People think money's leaving out of this $2 million in this first year. Not a dime's leaving, not a dime's leaving in the second year either. But we do have only 4 years to allocate these funds in total.
Right.
If we haven't done that at the end of 4 years, I think that money goes away and is then withheld by the U.S. Treasury's office.
I want to make sure I leave you with my assessment of that, Mr. Mayor. I don't know that it'll be 3 years, but it certainly won't be in the next 15 to 18 months, I would say, safely.
Which means a new council will be back here discussing this again for year 2, round 1, in all cases. I don't know if this same council will be deciding round 2 of year 1. It all depends when it's submitted. And we have public comment that follows after that. But the monies we're concerned about, they're going to still be in that account of the 2 million, this business isn't getting anything. Clearly, in the next, I can't see it within 2 years. I mean, they're under the same constraints. The materials they order, the finishings for the rooms and everything else, I mean, they're tough to acquire.
But the funds would be encumbered, though.
Yes, but you still have 3 more years beyond this year to deal with those allocations. And you certainly have the right to ask the NCDC to structure the program as written as to how those funds are approved. And they can require that it come back here to that council, whoever's sitting. I mean, if you want that kind of hands-on, the previous downtown bond program, we didn't do that because we didn't want politics getting in the way of private sector investment. Not $1 of the former downtown bond program was approved by a council vote when it went out to help a business. And it was designed to do that. And yet tonight, we're making that mistake, I fear.
No business got $800,000.
I understand that. But again, half of that's a loan required to be paid back.
Maybe.
And look at the return on investment. Well, they don't get anything unless it's finished, Mark. It's got to be finished. Anyway, any further questions of Mr. Brown by anybody? Don't need to keep standing up there. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Could we have the motion for the public and for myself and everyone repeated to us? I understand what's in red, but there was language dealing less than 10 and so forth. Could that be read again so we know exactly what we're voting on?
The amendment was that the small businesses be greater than 10 and the, less than
Less than
10, I'm
10.
sorry, less than 10, and the other be greater than 5.
Less than 5.
Less than 5. Right?
5 or less.
5 or
Yeah,
less.
5 or less, yeah.
Yeah.
5 or less.
Yeah.
Yep.
So less than,
Less than 10.
less than 10.
10 or less.
10 or less,
10 or
5 or
less.
less.
Okay.
Yep.
10 or less or 5 or less.
It happens.
Okay. Further comment?
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes.
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
No.
Alderman Nash?
No.
President Pro Tem Bencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
No.
So that's 4 to 3.
The motion passes 4 to 3. Alderman Nash.
Make a motion on number 5.
I'll second that.
Is there discussion on section 5? If not, roll call. What's it?
We voted on the amendment. We've got to
We voted on the amendment. Yeah, we
Oh,
gotta
that's
vote on
right.
the- on
Not on the
four.
question,
We've got to
that's right.
vote on number 4.
Sorry.
We just voted on the amendment.
I withdraw my
Oh, that's
motion.
true. Yep, thank you. Yep. Okay, is there further discussion on number 4 as amended? No roll call,
Alderman
please.
DeLucia?
Yes.
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
No.
Alderman Nash?
No.
President Pro Tem Bencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
No.
That's 4 to 3.
Now I make a motion on 5.
I'll
Motion
second.
passes 4 to 3. Motion on 5, Arts and Culture by Alderman Nash, second.
I'll second that.
Alderman Wilson. Any discussion? Seeing none, call please.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes.
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7 to 0.
Motion passes 7 to 0.
Make a motion on number 6.
I'll second that.
Second, I'm sorry, that was Nash, and the second was by Alderwoman Ella Miles. Is there discussion? Alderman Wilson?
I would like to make an amendment to add the language to request the city manager to apply the following criteria with Habitat for Humanity. Houses go to families residing in Norwich. 40% of the work given to local contractors, and 20% of the work given to minority contractors.
Is there a second?
I just have a question.
Oh, wait, we need a second.
Okay, sorry.
Uh,
I'll second.
Alderwoman Ella Miles, she did have her hand up. Thank you. Go ahead, Alderman Nash.
I just, the 20% given to the minorities, will they also be preferenced local contractors first?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
And just to kind of clarify that, the goal is it gives our local contractors
I totally
a chance to get some of that work in.
I just want to make sure that it's also,
Nope,
that preference is given to the minority.
nope,
Okay.
you are totally correct.
Yeah, just, yeah. I'll-
Pro Tem.
Obviously, this is only going to be, it's a request, but if it's practical, because obviously Habitat for Humanity may have its own rules and stuff, and that may not be something that we're able to do, so.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Alderman Gould?
So we can't rehab these houses and somebody who wants to move here from another community cannot? If we are only go to families residing in Norwich?
So, can I answer that question?
If she puts it in the form of a question, yes.
So, I'm asking, we can't,
So it's not a demand, it's a request to work with them on that, and I think it goes back to Alderman Betancourt's point, that it may not be that is something that can happen with all of them, but it is a request of him to try to do that. It's a request. So it's not a definite that he has to do it. It's one of those that we're going to try our best to help households and families here first, before we seek out outside. That's all.
thank you.
Just for the record, I called Terry O'Rourke, Habitat for Humanity, and asked them to partner with us on this program. It is our intent to follow their regulations and rules. They're in compliance in regards to issues such as discriminatory practices. They do not do that. I would say that the language probably doesn't do any harm in that respect, because they will follow what the guidelines are for housing. But I just have to ask a question, Alderman Wilson. What constitutes a resident of Norwich? If I have a post office box and my mail comes here, does that satisfy that standing?
I think looking, that is an open to interpretation, I believe.
Okay.
I think it's open to interpretation. Where do you pay your taxes? I mean, I think it's open to interpretation.
Need a physical address.
That's two separate things.
Need
Post
a
office or
physical
tax.
address. It would need a physical address.
All right, thank you. I'm going to recommend a 3-4 minute recess. And if anybody else, if needs restroom,
All,
go ahead.
yes.
I know.
I had both hands.
I know, I wasn't pulling, I was pushing back in, but. We got a lot less.
Is there further discussion on item 6 and the amendment that's recommended? Seeing none?
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderwoman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes,
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Betancourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Motion passes 7-0. On the amendment, thank you. And now final vote on 6. Is there further discussion or further amendments? If not, roll call.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 7, please. Motion, Alderman Nash, second Alderman Wilson. Is there discussion? Alderman Wilson?
Well, actually, I'm going to strike that amendment of serving as ambassadors. I'm going to strike it, so no
Oh.
discussion.
Thank you, sir. Is there further discussion on item 7? If not, roll call, please.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
Sorry, President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 8, please.
Get everybody's hand.
Oh, sorry.
Take your pick.
Alderwoman Ella Miles. And the second,
I'll give it to him.
Alderman Nash. Is there discussion on item 8?
Just a small thing. I want to thank Bob Farwell for really explaining the need and what the library is able to do with this, but really knowing that they have been a huge asset for many families over this last year, and this was a no-brainer.
Thank you. Is there further, Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just want to thank him for sitting here through all this. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Good night.
Passes 7-0. Drive safe. Item 9, please. Planning and Neighborhood Services Department. Motion to bring it forward. Alderwoman Ella Miles, Alderman Nash. Is there discussion? Vote, please.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 10, please. Community Development Neighborhood Revitalization Programs. Alderman Nash, second. Pro Tem Bettencourt.
Trying to help it.
Is
there discussion? Alderman Wilson.
Just want to add the language, last time I proposed that it didn't have full language, but point of engaging and engage established neighborhood revitalization group to determine priorities in neighborhoods, host meetings with various neighborhoods to determine needs of area, and focus on the beautification and upgrading of infrastructure in neighborhoods. So I just wanted to add that.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Nash. Any further discussion on the language? No? Then on the amendment, roll call.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Motion and amendment passes. On the item as amended, is there further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 11, Uncas Health District. Alderman Nash and Alderwoman Gould.
So
Alderman Wilson, you are recognized.
just a point of order. Do I have to read out all of that, or since we are taking it up, would you like it read out?
Well, this is an addition.
Correct.
Not being amended. This is a recommended
Still an
addition to the
amendment to the
program, but still an amendment to the
Okay.
entire document, so yes, please.
So Uncas Health District at $150,000. The 2 points are to focus on the health and safety of residents of the city of Norwich during the COVID-19 pandemic and supporting the public health of the city of Norwich. So the real piece is adding that language as well as the funding requests as they have done above and beyond for us as a community. And while we are still in the heat of this pandemic and uncertain fall still to come, I think this money is warranted for them to continue to provide the public health opportunities for our community, whether it be vaccination sites, whether it be contact tracing, the needs that are needed in this community while this pandemic is still going on and well and alive. I believe they deserve, more than deserve, this small amount of money.
That's a big amendment.
Huh? Oh. So it's just the language.
It was 2 lines.
Then you spoke to it.
Thank you. Not against this, but
You need a
there,
second. You need a second.
there was a second.
He second, I made the motion, he
Nash, and
seconded.
then Wilson.
Sorry.
If it's determined that there are other revenues available to them, I was just asking the city manager, does that knock out the intent of this? And it might. He has to do more research, that's all. I just want everyone to know that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, just, it's setting it aside for them. You know, I don't think the ask of 1% was a hard ask for a community of our size and the need, the COVID needs that we have had as a community. So I feel that it was appropriate to set aside this.
Thank you. Alderman Nash?
Clarify what you just said. If this 150 is passed, it may kick out other money that he could get? Or could?
No. I remember some language that referred to not using these funds to replace existing funds already.
Right.
And so our city manager just needs to confirm the use of these dollars, and he'll get back to us, that's all.
Okay.
Since this is being introduced tonight, he clearly didn't have time to go through the document to make that determination.
Understood. Thank you.
And they are state-funded. There are per diems that the cities that belong to each of these health districts pay per capita that fund them, just so that people are aware of different things that might occur, that's all.
So let me ask a question. Would it be better then to put that 150 into Norwich Human Services with the caveat that it focuses on City of Norwich residents during the COVID?
No, I think for me, it's directly going towards.
I'm just wondering
Yep.
that we don't
Nope.
lose money somewhere.
Nope, I think it's setting it aside once he determines that piece, but it's there. You know, I think there still are uncertainties when it comes to COVID-19, and this still allows us to have another source of funding set aside just in
Okay.
case.
That's fine.
Just for the record, $250,000 in the piece that's with Human Services under Leanne Gomes is doing this very work. We may be duplicating right now.
One's mental health, the other's physical.
So I don't think and that's a conversation for them to have, but I think when you look at many of the health improvements and things of that sort, I just want to set the money aside.
There's no harm if we can't
Nope.
use it for this.
Yep.
It won't be used.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. Further discussion? Roll
Alderman
call.
DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
Alderman President Pro Tem Bettencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
All right. I will, 12,
Wait a minute,
I'll make a
we have to
motion.
vote on the motion.
That was the
Oh, okay,
motion.
sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
these are all standalones.
Okay.
So item 12, I make a motion that this to the Recreation Department to serve, for schools to serve as community centers, setting $800,000 aside to focus on lost recreational and mental health opportunities for youth during the pandemic, expanding recreational needs for the community, expanding available space for nonprofit organizations and vendors to partner and provide opportunities for families, and setting out of that $800,000, $85,000 aside for them to hire 2 to 3 program assistants to provide these additional opportunities.
I'll second.
Motion by Wilson, second by Nash. Is there discussion? Alderman DeLucia.
Thank you. So we heard a lot of comment from the community, not just at the podium, but out in the public at different events that were going on at the end of the summer. And you know, when the news hit that this money was coming into the city, you know, we heard it over and over again. Community center, community center, community center. Unfortunately, a community center is problematic in my mind. For a standalone community center is problematic in my mind for 2 reasons. First, the sheer cost. All right. You know, you know, we hear a lot about the former YMCA. It's not like that building can just get a fresh coat of paint and it's ready to go. Right? So that's just not viable for a number of different reasons. A standalone community center, aside from the cost, is also inherently discriminatory in that a standalone community center, regardless of where it is in the city, only serves the neighborhood it's in or people who have transportation in order to get from other parts of the city to it. So, you know, it was our conversations, you know, that kind of evolved over time that really the closest thing that we have to satellite community, neighborhood community centers are our schools that are already there, right? And the idea that schools, you know, open at 7 o'clock in the morning and close at 4:30 in the afternoon, and then there's just these giant brick and mortar monoliths, you know, in the evenings and on the weekends is just not using these city-owned assets for their highest and best use. So I think the best way to address the desires of the community and the neighborhoods is to open up our schools in the evenings and on the weekends to serve as these community centers, to help, you know, just to help families and more importantly kids, you know, re-engage and begin to thrive after this nightmare that we've been going through with this pandemic. So I think that this $800,000 is a great start. You know, this is something that would be funded for maybe 2 or 3 years, and at that point it becomes part of our culture, and it just becomes a line item in our budget. It's just something that we do to support our neighborhoods and the people who live in them. Thank you.
Alderman Nash.
I would say that and not to belittle all the other items that were placed in this packet, but I think this is probably the most worthy of all of them because, as Alderman DeLucia said, and as Alderwoman Gould has been saying, our schools are underutilized, and they would make great recreational and community needs. One of the things way back when we did away with Greenville, there was such an outcry then. Unfortunately, that building was beyond saving, but that was a great community center for a Haitian population, and the members of Greenville over there were using it pretty much as a community center, meeting together and participating in programs for like English languages and other things for helping babysitting services and stuff. So I think this is probably, out of all of them, the best use of this money is to get our schools open for other programs. When I was in Hartford at the Hartford Public Schools, every school had a program, whether it was the Mikasa program or the Village program and all these other after-school programs that helped children with their mental health problems, with just socializing. And with this pandemic that we just got over, I think that's one of the greatest needs our youth have is just to be together again. And, you know, I'm glad to see schools open, whether they're masks or no masks. At least these kids are back together again. So I would be very much a support of this, and I think this is a good use of the money. Thank you.
Alderman Wilson.
So one of the things that, you know, I look at this as an opportunity, a huge investment in our community. Beyond knowing that it's going to take, it would take some time to get a community center built and the process going. This money allows us to directly start impacting families and kids. And I will even go the piece to say, this can also, some of this can also go towards adult programming. I don't think we're looking to shortchange the families, parents being involved in some of the activities, but this is an opportunity for us to really look at, as we have the conversation about community center. And when I say community center, it should really be called a municipal center, because we have the means of departments and whatnot to man that type of an operation. I look at some of the other communities and how they've done it. But for me, this $800,000 is the tip of the iceberg for us to look at another model or option for what we have as buildings in this community and spacing. And I want to say that this isn't replacing after-school programs like the superintendent's staff do an excellent job providing. These are those programs that happen from 6:30 to 9:30 at night. You know, I've been blessed to be able to coach some of these young kids in these programs and volunteer a part of the social group. You know, I see the true value in this. The other part to this is it allows us to look at this also from something that we had Alana Sherman come up here and talk about, accessibility. Some of our buildings have better accessible space for those with disabilities and whatnot to have a program that they are capable of being successful in. So this allows us to utilize that, partner with groups that are already doing the work in our community. And for me, this number 12 partners exactly with what 7 is. Us giving and trying to reduce gun violence and us trying to do our part for community policing, it provides opportunities for our young people to do things that are positive, and we can't use the excuse that there are not opportunities then for them. You know, but I think it allows the police department to have an additional way of being a part of the community. They also are more than capable, and I believe would be willing to run some of the programming in the evenings for some of these. You know, they have the PAL League and, you know, the different things that they do, but this is an opportunity for us to interconnect our community and allow it to grow and to have things that we're not worried about parents not having transportation, there being only one space and not enough kids being able to participate. This allows us to expand opportunities and have multiple opportunities going on at once. So for me, this is just the tip of us giving back. And if you knew what many of these kids went through not having many recreational opportunities over the last year, and just seeing the few that did start to pop up as the year went on, you would understand the true understanding of why this money is important.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Alderwoman Gould.
I love number 12. I've been saying it all along. What?
We don't know what 12 is, we don't know what number 7 is.
Oh, 12 is,
We don't know by numbers. Can you guys help us by?
I'm sorry, recreational department, $800,000. Focus on recreational and mental health opportunities for the youth. Expand recreational program needs for the community. Expand available space for nonprofit organizations and vendors to partner and provide opportunities for families. $85,000 for 2 to 3 program assistants. That's number 12. Okay, so I think it's a great idea. I've been saying all along, our schools are our community centers. And that's where we should be having our programs, because the kids are in the neighborhood already. We have buses for after school to get them back home again. They can carpool with their neighbors. I think it's absolutely fabulous. But I just have to point out the irony that we're going to spend $85,000 for 2 or 3 program assistants, and in 2 or 3 years, that'll just become part of the budget. But we couldn't give $40 or $50 a month to the widows of firefighters because we were watching our pennies and our dollars and our $5. The taxpayers can't afford that. But I think it's ironic. I'm going to support it, but I think it's ironic that we're going to spend $85,000 for program assistance. That the taxpayers can afford, but the $50 or the $30 for the widow, we couldn't afford 3 hours ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Pro Tem.
I promise I'll be quick. This is one of the things, obviously, that's a goal of the school building committee too, that we want to have access for the community to the school buildings. And as we go on in renovations, that will be one of the stated goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Then I have questions. Alderman Wilson, please.
Yes.
Now, the rec department, were they aware of this proposal? Did they put the numbers together? Did they assist you in doing this, along with the content?
So part of it is that, no, they did not assist me in putting this together. I think for me, if we can spend a good chunk of money on other projects, this is money that over time, it's not necessarily doesn't have to be spent in 1 year, but this gives $800,000 for various programs and opportunities for kids to happen. I know running a program, one program isn't cheap. So this allows them flexibility to expand those opportunities. And if we're talking about programs happening in multiple schools, that could be, these funds may be needed for supplies, utilities, vendor costs, you know. It's things that are gonna add up, but this is money set aside for us to allow for the expansion of our schools serving as a community center, serving as community centers. And for me, it's a no-brainer. I don't think, for me, I didn't think to need to reach out to them about, you need specifically 500,000. We should be able to, if we can spend millions on other things, $800,000 on families and our youth, as we don't have an actual community center, but providing that opportunity is a no-brainer. So I think that's the rationale to putting this money aside, and slowly they will utilize it. It's not all have to be used in 1 year. And I think that's the beauty of this, is they're not gonna most likely spend $800,000 in 1 year, but it allows them some time while we figure out, whoever sits on the council and the school building facility committee figures out what the best course of action moving forward for a community space is.
Another question, expand available space for nonprofit organizations. Define that, please. You talking about renovations to existing schools, additions, or
No.
other athletic fields or facilities? No. What does that mean, please?
When I mean available space, we talk about a basketball program. They've got to rent out the gym. They've got to pay officials. A vendor may do this, for example. And it's all at the cost of them, but they're providing a service to our kids in our community. So then the program itself becomes too expensive for a family, for example, to participate in, because there's an overhead cost that individual has based off of the spaces available. So this allows for some flexibility for us to partner with organizations and nonprofits that provide, and vendors that provide recreational opportunities for our community, so that the cost isn't all burdened on them to provide services for our youth. So they're providing the service that we can't provide. So the available space for them would be allowing them to utilize more schools. It could be the gym, the cafeterias, classroom space, whatever the necessary space is, rather than many of them using, for example, like the rec hall, or things of that sort.
Thank you. Have you discussed this with the Board of Education?
Yes.
We do not have the right to use school property without their permission.
So
We can't go in there, for example, right now because of COVID.
So I
They are
will,
limiting access to the facilities to the general public. I fully support utilizing existing facilities across this city for those kinds of programs. I think what we're lacking is an aquatic center. Now, if you can put aquatic center in the community and position that with existing facilities, like at Mahan, for example, even leasing the gym from the Norwich Tech program, utilizing Kelly, utilizing the existing facilities there already. With an aquatic center, now you've got a center of operations that could be utilized. That's just an example.
can I answer
But
that?
we actually need the approval of the Board of Education and the superintendent to do that. They're not letting people in our school buildings as long as this COVID numbers particularly are growing, and they are. So there's no harm in this, but there are missing pieces for this to be successful. Number one, we don't have authority over properties of the school. They do. If you could respond, sir.
So I would think that anything happening after hours, that's city property. So that's one. But I think the second piece is the superintendent is absolutely on board. I think there was a partnership we all are aware of this summer between the rec department and the schools, providing summer school opportunities mixed with camp recreation. This is a delicate conversation where it's easy that this is not a mix between their school students staying after school and us coming in while they're operating those things. Many of these programs are going to be while the building's empty. So they're not having, this is, for example, the veterans, they don't have any after-school programming after 6 o'clock. So utilizing their gym or cafeteria space from 6:30 to 9:30, it's no harm in that. And I think it's the cooperation. It's an easy cooperation between the superintendent, the city manager, the rec department, the human service department, any department that is providing those services. It's an easy conversation, and I think you can call her tomorrow. She is on board as long as we communicate properly timing. I think part of what will have to happen in this is a master calendar of events happening in the schools and recreational opportunities. So it may be as simple as basketball can happen in 2 schools on Tuesday and Thursday because nothing is going on in those buildings from 6:30 to 9, and they can't happen on certain days. But I think she is fully on board with providing these opportunities. I will tell you, she will be one of your biggest supporters with a space for that they have. But I believe it's as simple as having a conversation to work together, because I don't think not one entity owns the school buildings. I think, as taxpayers, they have the right to utilize those spaces, and I think it's a simple conversation. That simple.
Thank you. So you didn't talk to the rec department, who's charged to be in charge of the funds, but you talked to the superintendent.
So I didn't directly talk with the rec department because I talked with other individuals. I don't think it has to be that I have to talk to every single department on a request, because this is an evolving project like many of the other things. It's still going to evolve. But I think the bigger piece is that, you stated, you said, well, we can't use the schools. Well, if that's the case, talking to the superintendent is more important at that point than the rec department, because it would be null and void for me to go and have a conversation with the rec director if she doesn't have the support from the superintendent to use the schools. So part of it is to get buy-in from the superintendent, who is also on board with it. But it's going to take, of course, communication and collaboration. But this is money that is needed now. I mean, we've got families and whatnot that aren't gonna have opportunities come the winter with a lot of the restrictions and knowing how things were last year, that these opportunities, this is a way for us to have safe teen nights. This is a way for us to have safe things for families to do in the evenings on weekends, and us to host things in our schools. So it's a conversation that all of these departments, just like with some of the other requests, there's gonna be conversations that have to be had regardless before the funds are expended. But I believe that it is necessary for us to set the money aside.
Thank you. The rec department and its director reports to the city manager. Did you talk to the city manager about providing this kind of funding to one of the departments that he's responsible for prior to the beginning of this meeting?
I did not, and I believe the rec director reports to the human service director.
That is absolutely true. Did you talk to the human service director about this $800,000 allocation prior to the beginning of this meeting?
She knew that this was a consideration of mine, and quite frankly, again, like I've said on other things, I don't necessarily have to talk to every single department head when I'm requesting or recommending putting or allocating money forward. Just putting that out there.
Your point was improved communications and expanded communications. Why would you not talk to the city manager?
So
That actually is for all four of you. Why would you bring this on only tonight at the beginning of the meeting and not share it with the person who is the person responsible for the operations of this federal program?
So what I will say is, just like when we go through the budget cycle, we don't sit up here and share every little nuance that we're going to do to change the budget all the time. Just like with this, there are conversations and developments where we may have thoughts, and quite frankly, the process is I shouldn't have to sit down with every individual on every nuance that we are recommending, because quite frankly, whether or not the city manager is going to agree to them, there are things that develop out of left field that, we may be thinking. And it goes to the point. I had a Zoom meeting on Wednesday. We had conversations Saturday in the park, Zoom conversations, phone conversations over the weekend. So, and the other part is I work during the day. So there's a lot of things that go on over the last week. And quite frankly, sometimes you don't have the time to sit down and talk about every little nuance, but also there are things where we may think that they're important. And quite frankly, we don't sit down with the city manager on every little detail when we go through the budget and add and subtract things as well. So I think that's a point where communication necessarily is not the issue there. I think having the information I need to make a sound decision or recommendation or suggestion, I had all of the things that we needed. And that's just the case.
I find it interesting that we're discussing an $800,000 allocation over the life of this four-year program. Earlier tonight, the concept of applying that kind of commitment to a different, in this case, commercial investment in the downtown didn't deserve the same attention. I support using the schools. I support an aquatic center. But your arguments about the money and not having to talk to the person who's chiefly responsible by the federal law, I don't accept those arguments at all. I think they're very weak. He's our city manager. We entrust him to run the departments. You're supposed to talk to him. You're supposed to utilize the corporate counsel, too. They're here to serve all seven of us, all seven. I find, I'm not asking a question right now, thank you. I'm
Pontificating.
I'm trying to limit how I really want to say things right now. I see duplication. If you look at the human service side, again, with Mrs. Gomes, there's clearly duplication there and here. Again, at the end of the day, though, you know who's in charge of this program? The city manager, not us.
$3 million.
And if he determines we're asking him to spend money and it's not provided or allowed in that program, guess what? He's got the final say. As a courtesy, he brought it to us, to work with us. I would ask you, sir, to work better with him. He didn't have to ask for our votes. He didn't have to go through this whole process. It's not required. He did it out of respect to all of us. I would hope he has the same level of respect going forward. Alderman DeLucia, please. You've been very patient, raising your hand.
Thank you. So I'll start with a question. And so since when do city departments tell the city council what they will and will not do?
Are you referring to the Board of Ed?
No.
That's the only one I'm referring.
No.
We
Well-
don't, again, we don't oversee the Board of Ed, the programs, or their properties. They're separate.
Actually, to my knowledge, every single one of our school buildings is owned by the city of Norwich, not by its Board of Education and not by its superintendent. But
That part's not in dispute.
My-
What's in dispute is who has authority over the use of the building. And while school's in session, it's clearly the superintendent of schools and the Board of Ed.
And this allocation is clearly for activities that would happen when the school is not in session. So, but let's stay off the fine points and get to the broader point, right? The city manager may very well be the person who has direct charge over the allocation of this money, but he works for us, and all the departments work for him. So in other words, to put it quite simply, to take all of what Alderman Wilson said responding to your question and put it into two sentences, actually into a single sentence. We vote, we say, they do. We're up here and we are representing the citizens of the city who have come to us with their requests on how they would like to see this money spent to benefit them, their children, their neighborhoods, their schools, their lives. And we are being responsive to that. Now, I thought it was great that the initial action of the city manager was to convene a working group and to start fleshing out ideas on how this money would best be spent. I don't think that all of the things that we identified, because we were asked for input, and I don't think that all of the things were identified that we identified were given their due consideration. We're going to take up number 14, in a few moments, I hope anyway. Okay, and that was all but ignored after the initial conversations about it. And I'm not saying that we were disrespected or disrespectedly ignored, but we saw that there were a few of us who saw that an item like that was of critical importance and not something that the city could afford to do on its own. When this money was presented, we said, well, what a great opportunity. And it didn't happen. Well, it's a priority to us. And we are now putting forward our priorities as we think that they best serve the community. All right? But this is, yes, we want to communicate. Yes, we want to have cooperation, and we want to have collaboration, and we want to share ideas and flesh things out and come out with what we think is the best solution. But at the end of the day, this is a top-down organization, and we're the top. So to say that the department should have veto power over the priorities that the council is going to set I'm sorry, that's not going to fly with me. We say, they do, period. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Wilson.
So the only thing that I will also say is, we can't sit up here, and I get sick and tired of us, the conversation of community center. We need to do more for our youth. I said this the other day to an individual, and we all sit up here, and we give out proclamations, we clap and pat kids on the back for doing great things representing our community. And this is an opportunity that is affecting kids now, right at this moment, where we can do something to impact them on a greater scale. It's going to take a little time, a few weeks, to get things going and some conversations on how to move things around and expand programming. But we can't sit here and put our young people in the same breath as we're not spending money on economic development. I'm sorry. Being one of the young people on this council, I have watched young people get stepped over for other funds and other projects a lot. And there have been conversations amongst individuals on the council, committees, departments, and nothing been done. It's as simple as this. I think on Wednesday night of the Zoom conversation, Deb Kivitz put it the best. If we can invest $800,000 in economic development, we can invest $800,000 in our young kids. It's time to put our money where our mouth is. If we talk about our kids are our future, if we talk about opportunities, expanding those opportunities for this community, the time is now. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't have had to even have a conversation with anybody about it, because even before this ARP money, we know every single budget season, one of the top conversations is about young people, recreational programs, community center. There are the same things that have been said for the last 10 and 15 years that I have been coming in this chamber, attending meetings and sitting up here. So there shouldn't even be a conversation about why 800,000? Why not have conversations? We've had studies. We've had conversations. The answer is there. It's time to just put the money where our mouth is. And quite frankly, they may not need to come around for a second round of money. But it's time to invest in providing more than just the bare piece for our young people, our families. This money is going to go a long way, and I don't see it as a redundancy because of knowing where many of these things are. Many of these opportunities out of this 800,000 are possibly could be partnerships with other nonprofits that are providing the service now. So we can't go out and say that this group is doing a great job and that group is doing a great job with our young people and not want to assist them to double the amount of kids that they're helping. This is a no-brainer. I don't even know how we're having a conversation about communications or the amount or anything. This should have been a no-brainer. It should have been in one of the first allocations. We can't provide a community center overnight. What can we do for our young people now? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna, if I
Pro Tem, please.
I am gonna say that, from my perspective, from strictly as a management perspective, let's just say, that, we probably could have done a little better job communicating with the city manager, there's no doubt. There shouldn't have been an issue dropping this, emailing it to him yesterday or something like that, because this was just flushed out, so. But with that said, well, it's all said and done, I'm in support of this piece. I don't particularly see the redundancy that's being referred to. It's something I've always supported. I know it costs money to keep schools open, to keep these, and to provide these opportunities. I think it's a worthwhile thing, and this, I think 800,000 would go a long way and could go more than a couple of years if we're lucky, if we're frugal. But we'll hopefully move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? I'm sorry, but I have to ask other questions. The rec department is run by a rec director. She reports to the human service person, and there are duplications. It says in human services, mental health system improvements. Over here, we're talking about those mental health opportunities for youth. Well, that's the same subject matter. So the question I have is, if our human services director has a problem with how the rec director recommends spending some of this money, who makes the final decision? Alderman Wilson? Is it the human service director? Or does it go all the way up to the top? If there's a dispute, does it come back to the city manager? I just want to understand how it's going to flow, because there's no description here of what happens and who decides how the money's spent. Maybe it's the board or the rec board, for that matter, that acts at an advisory position and goes back to the rec director, then goes to the human services director, and finally does it go back to the city manager? Because at the end of the day, he's still their boss. We're not changing that. I just want to know how it's going to work.
So I think part of that is like with many allocations, the conversation of how that flow can be. I mean, it could be as simple as, when I talk mental health opportunities, I talk about, and I just want to give the example before I continue, kids not being able to play basketball, kids not being able to play football last year, and it having a mental impact on them because that's something that they've been doing every single day. They play AAU, they play the sign-up league, they play for the school, and now all of a sudden, all of those opportunities are shut down. It has a physical and a mental impact on them, because now that is an opportunity that they don't have to have an outlet. It helps with behavior, it helps with academics. So when I talk mental health opportunities and recreational opportunities, those two go hand in hand, in the sense that having more recreational opportunities for kids to get out and run and kick and jump and shoot with balls and just anything will better their mental health state as they've went through this pandemic. You know, the other part to it is, when you look at it from a mental health standpoint, kids having to get used to wearing a mask playing sports. So for me, that mental health is not the same as the other mental health that we're talking of, more of a support group and things of that sort. This is talking about having more recreational opportunities, help kids get back to their normal self, a sense of belonging in a community, opportunities that they did not have, you know? And so it's knowing and seeing that, and me being a coach, being a referee, I understand exactly that point. So that's what that point is referring to. As far as who makes the decisions, that's a conversation that management can have as far as how they want to do it. I think it would be unique for her to be able to have a conversation with her recreational advisory board on ways that they can supply needs, having a conversation with the human service director and the city manager. I think at the end of the day, regardless, the system the conversation's got to come back, is going to come back to the city manager to make sure everything fits within, because again, he is the one managing the city day to day. But I think it's a collaborative conversation that they will have before they just say, this is the program we're going to have. I think that's a concerted, collaborative conversation that they will have, and they can decide which method is best works for it. But that's a decision that they can make.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes.
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderwoman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Betancourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 13, Mohegan Park improvements. Motion, please. Alderwoman Gould, second Alderwoman Ella Miles. Discussion, Alderman Wilson, go ahead.
Just for general public, Mohegan Park improvements is for an allotment of $200,000, $120,000 for a playground, the toddler playground near the Mohegan Pond, $50,000 for fitness park equipment, and $30,000 to expand the disc golf course, 9 additional holes.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? I would like to recommend that when you talk about 9 additional holes, in discussions I've had, you might want to actually talk about a few numbers above that, because you can increase the degree of difficulty in the existing cost by adding extra lengths. So it may actually come out to something like 14 additional holes, because you're combining an existing hole that's already there with an extension, which would make, again, it's par 3, par 4, whatever, terms in golf, but I guess there's some type of description like that with disc golf, so I wouldn't want you to limit yourself to just 9,
So can we
because
just scratch that?
that's the discussion that I have.
Yep.
Please, everyone else is brought up. Please, Beryl, come forward.
To add additional holes sounds wonderful, and you have no idea how exciting that would be. But I also want to remind you that we can't do that with $30,000. I mean, $30,000 is stretching it, and that's if we can get used equipment again. We got lucky the first time. And somebody was upgrading their course, so we bought their old equipment, their old baskets. So if you want to, if you think we could really stretch it to the 14, baskets are about, I believe, 150. So we would need to add the 5 additional times $150. 200 would really be putting it on the safe side, but I think we can do the 150, but 200 would make me even happier.
If I may, the other items, 120,000 and 50,000, are those numbers established by defined cost estimates that you already possess? Because you've talked about these items in the past, or are they estimates?
The 120 for the playground is something that Pat McLaughlin came up with. And I know that that is a low medium for the playground equipment. And because it's tots, and we're using our own funds and combined with the city to lay in a new base layer under that new playground. Thank you. The fitness course, it's a very basic course. I mean, it's like, I think it's three stations. And we'd like to improve that as time goes on. But that would be all that we have. I mean, we kept our request very minimal because we share. And we have hopes for other growth and more plans. So if you'd like to give us more money, we'd really appreciate it. We take all donations too, by the way. Josh lets us sometimes.
Thank you. Is there further comment? You had asked Alderman Wilson about the number 9.
Can I
Just leave it.
motion them? You want to scratch it?
Yeah, just scratch it.
I'll just scratch that 9. Just 9 additional holes, we'll just scratch it.
With the understanding we're looking at a minimum of a full 18.
At some point.
So wait a minute, I just lost my 9 holes?
No,
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 just the
not at all.
It's just the language of the 30,000, but not, if you're not able to do all 9 at once, you know, that piece.
Okay.
So it'll just say expanding disc golf.
Okay,
So now you can get the top of the line equipment.
Do you have, you know what they want?
But did that need that didn't need a motion, he's just scratching
Should
it?
have been.
Or
There should be a
have
motion if you're going to change the
Oh,
language.
motion.
Alderman
need a
Wilson,
second.
please make the motion.
And then Nash second?
Yes.
Okay, have to vote on that first.
Ooh, what is his, I didn't hear his language.
Yeah, just to remove the.
Just to strike
Just to
9
remove
additional
the
holes
9
from
additional
that.
holes.
That's what I said.
Nash
Okay.
seconds.
Fine. Second,
Nash.
Nash.
Nash. All those in favor of the amendment striking those words and the number?
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gold?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
7-0.
On the item 13 as amended, is there further discussion? Roll call.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gold?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 14, visual up City Council Chamber in room 3335. Alderwoman Ella Miles, second. Alderman Nash. Is there discussion? Pro Tem?
Well, I mean, this is actually something I have professional expertise in, so I will tell you that, I mean, obviously, we have a real need here for an upgrade in equipment. This is really pretty directly related to the COVID issue and the need for hybrid meetings and things of that nature. So we can certainly do a much better job. And I think with the amount budget, with any luck, we can, if we get fortunate, we can certainly maybe do some of the conference rooms and stuff too, with any luck. But here, certainly we could have more and better cameras, better audio system, things like that. And I think that kind of money that we're talking about here will more than likely get it done.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Alderman DeLucia, you did have your hand up.
I was just going to wait, but thank you. I was just going to say that beyond what the Alderman, Pro Tem Bettencourt are talking about, I envision that at least chambers in room 335 are rooms where the community can engage, whether it be the council or whatever meeting might be happening in the big room, and interact more than just view and be able to see what's happening and hear what's happening, but actually being able to engage remotely. It's already been alluded to. Our new reality with COVID is that many people don't want to come into chambers, even when we're wearing masks, even when most people are vaccinated. But they'll participate if given the avenues. They'll participate electronically from home. And I think we, at this point, 21 years into the 21st century, we should be providing that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Wilson.
I think for me, the key word in this is accessibility. Knowing that it is our reality, that everybody can't make it to council chambers, but also as we look to expand those that we want to get involved, this allows us to expand accessibility opportunities for boards and commissions, for our interaction, or even our meetings. And I think that's another point that I took heed to when listening to Ms. Sherman at our last public comment period on the arc of accessibility opportunities for people to engage, but also realizing that the conversation of meeting people where they are, this takes us a step in that direction for people being more engaged in how city government works, but also more importantly, I think it will broaden the opportunities for those to get involved. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? I have a question then. As far as audiovisual upgrades in city council chambers and the room 335, there are other things that can be done to satisfy the anxiety of people coming into an enclosed public setting in order to be participating in a public meeting. We can take lessons from our two Native American tribes. They improved the air handler systems in their buildings. One was an ionization system, similar, I believe, to hospitals. Another one was an ultraviolet light system. Was that ever contemplated in the discussions you had about this item as far as improving?
So I think that's a whole separate piece. I think this part is the conversation I've been having for the last 2 years, beyond just COVID, of the fact that we have to do a better job of what opportunities and the availability for individuals, the tools that are at our disposal for engaging individuals with hybrid meetings, Zoom meetings, all of those things, that the tools that are available within this council chamber for people, that's what this really is about. That accessibility piece for us to move more into the 21st century and how we navigate meetings and interactions, public hearings, all sorts of things. I think that's what this is talking about specifically. I think the other piece of, ultraviolet light and all those other things, that's a whole nother piece. This is a long-term changing how we interact and engage the community through our audiovisual opportunities.
Thank you. City Manager.
The only thing that I would suggest adding, or at least thinking about, would be some type of part-time technician. Some of this gets pretty sophisticated. Our custodians do a great job, but, they're not, if we start getting into multiple cameras, things like that, then we need somebody to, either we're going to automate it or we're going to have a technician actually change the view of the cameras depending on what's going on. There has to be a human decision made. So I don't think you need it full-time, but I think you need it maybe prior to a meeting or during a meeting, especially a council meeting or something that has a lot of displays with it. We do a lousy job, I agree, on trying to show things on the board. It should be wired directly into the system rather than have to photograph it and things like that. But it takes, we have IT, but I really don't want to put IT on this even more. Maybe the person reports to IT on a part-time basis, and I don't want to have that
There are
not
vendors,
considered.
yeah, there are vendors that handle this kind of
Yeah,
business, so.
yeah, but I think there will be some needs for that.
So I agree that, at that point, once we've figured out which direction we want to go, that is definitely a good thing to consider addressing.
There's plenty of.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes?
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.
Motion passes 7-0.
The total appropriation, that automatically changes, correct? Or do we have to vote on that?
No, you've added it all up.
So that's just adding it all up. So
You have to vote on this, too.
Yeah.
Might I suggest that you put it in the form of a motion, and that your motion include the amending language at the bottom of the last paragraph at the same time, dealing with quarterly reports on project program progress?
absolutely.
That way it's consistent with all our prior actions.
Correct. I'm totally fine with that. So I will make a motion that the total appropriation be $10,219,000, and that we also add the language that quarterly reports to the last, therefore be it resolved, that quarterly reports be on projects and program progress be submitted to the city council.
Is there a second? Alderman Nash. Is there discussion? Roll call.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes.
Alderman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderwoman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes. Okay, we're done.
We're not done yet. We have a new business ordinance that I gotta read, that's
know
gonna take
this.
a while.
Yep,
Waive the reading.
Are you ready for it?
yeah, please.
New business ordinance, an ordinance reducing sections of the Norwich zoning regulations, including sections,
Can I,
Waive the reading.
question, do we have to vote on the resolution as amended? Or are we all set?
Yes.
No, we
passed it?
did it piece by piece.
Perfect, thank you, just want to make sure.
Divided the question. We voted on all the divisions.
so an ordinance reducing sections of the Norwich Code of Ordinance regulations, including sections 1.3.2.2.2, 1.3.2.3.1, 1.4.2.2.1, 1.4.2.3.1, 1.5.2.2.1, 1.5.2.3.2, 2.3.2.2.10, 2.3.2.3.2, 2.4.2.2.21, 2.4.2.3.2, 2.5.2.2.16, 2.5.2.3.2, 2.6.2.2.16, 2.6.2.3.1, 2.7.2.2.8, 2.7.2.3.2, 2.9.2.4.7, 2.9.2.5.1, 2.10.3.2.13, 2.10.3.3.3, 2.11.2.5, .2.5, 2.11.2.3.1, 5.1.3.1.1, to reduce the square footage for new construction of buildings and additions allowed by the zoning permit approval, and amending the square footage for which required bike parking facilities shall be provided.
Can you do it again?
Can you go through the sections?
I
I was saying the same thing. I would ask you to read it again, yes.
No.
So, Mayor, we're looking to
I was going to say the same thing.
November
I was just telling John.
to go to Commissioner.
I just want to ask you to read it again so bad.
Okay. The motion is to schedule for public hearing, waive the full text and reading for November 15th,
And send to Commissioner on City Plan.
and refer to the commission on the city plan. That is the motion. Did everyone hear that, please?
Yes.
We're getting punchy.
Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Yeah.
Alderman DeLucia, second by Alderwoman Miles. Roll call.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes.
Alderwoman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderwoman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0, sorry.
Motion 7-0.
I hereby move pursuant to Connecticut General Statute, Section 1-200, subsection 6, that the members of the Norwich City Council go into an executive session for the purpose of discussing strategies and negotiations with respect to collective bargaining. The following shall be asked to participate during all or portions of this executive session at the request of the City Council: City Manager John Salamone, Special Labor Counsel Ken Plum, Finance Director Josh Pothier, and Corporation Counsel Michael Driscoll.
I'll second that.
Motion, please. Second by Alderman Wilson. Yep.
Alderman DeLucia?
Yes.
Alderwoman Miles?
Yes.
Alderman Wilson?
Yes.
Alderwoman Gould?
Yes.
Alderman Nash?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Bencourt?
Yes.
Mayor Nystrom?
Yes.
That's 7-0.